Hello, hello, hello. This is a spontaneous live stream. I just set it up after being muted on another panel that I was invited on over some autistic bullshit. So I'm here to talk about it. Since I can't talk about it to them, I'm going to come talk about it here. I might even restream it if I could figure out whose channel it was because there were so many people on it streaming it. I don't even know who muted me or whose StreamYard it was. It might have been Rights for Vets. It might have been Nude Guru. Um, I don't think it was Moose or Denizen. I hope it wasn't. It might have been Reggie FFS. One of those streams. Anyway, it just happened. Hang on one second. Let me get it on social media. I'm tired of this shit. I want to catch it when it happens. I want to analyze it. I want to discuss it. I want to understand it. That's what they pretended like they wanted to do, and then they kept talking about my emotional reactions, saying I was defensive and insecure. So fucking what? If you can't handle defensiveness, I'm a Satanist. Don't pull me on your panel if you can't handle my emotions and my fire. Don't have a Satanist in your panel is not designed for me. So you had no business inviting me up there in the first place. You could not keep to your word because I said in the chat room, I am not going up there if I'm going to be censored. And y'all said on stream, we're not going to censor you. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. And then you did exactly that. You cannot keep your agreements. I am not the one without honor, sir. The Satanists. You, the Christians, are. So I can't trust you and take you at your word to even go on your panel. That's the first problem. The second problem is you sat there and you pretended like my emotions were not an issue for you. You kept saying that over and over, but yet you kept featuring them and talking about them. So there was some discrepancy there and some cognitive dissonance. And then you kept accusing me of knowing what's in my head and how I'm feeling without even talking to me or asking me about any of that. You were just going off of your impression and trying to read neurodivergent body language. So I'm done with your panel. Y'all pretend to be one thing and you're not. You just modeled that you can't deliver the thing that you just sat there and pretended to be. And I rely at like somebody with like social and communication issues anyway. I rely on people like I have to like have seeing eye humans that I can trust that tells me, okay, this is an environment you can be in. This is an environment. No, I would stay away from this, etc. So I was on my own on that one in that one. And my instincts, even when I was in the chat room and they were saying, come up, my instincts were saying, don't go on this panel. They're not going to be able to handle you. And that's why I was saying the stuff I was saying in the chat. Then they were talking about Satanism. I didn't bring it up. They were talking about Satanism, my religion, and I was off panel. But they said if I go on, I'm not going to come up and talk about Satanism. So they get to stay on their panel while I'm in the comments and talk about Satanism. And they also invite me up, but not to contribute to the conversation about Satanism. They specifically said I can go up but not talk about Satanism, but they can talk about it, but I can't go and address any of their questions or points. So it was fucked up from the start. This is a fucked up set of people. I don't know who y'all are, but what just happened is fucked up. But if you're truly about accountability and owning your shit, y'all need to own this. I didn't do anything. I did everything you people told me to do. I didn't do anything that I don't do on my own panel or any other panel. And I identified it as it was happening. And we were in dialogue in the moment. And I was going by what y'all were telling me in the moment. And you said you could handle a conversation with my emotions. That's not going to be a barrier to having the conversation. And that was not true. So that's another thing that you were not accurate about. See, autistic people catch all this shit. We know when the little things don't line up and when the little, like, we hear all the little wrong notes. Then you want to sit up there and pretend to be moral and judge perfectly normal people, like 95% of the world, that are participating in our civilization and society and having jobs and being successful and giving back to their communities and trying to build something for the rest of humanity to have when we're gone. So I don't know what kind of childhood you have, what kind of school experiences you have, or why you're off out in the woods and can't be around people, but you can judge us. It's like I'm not even going to remember you tomorrow morning. My issue is more about the autism thing and how you handle people that don't have the same emotional wiring as you, are the same social perception as you. Not to mention, even if you leave all that shit aside, you specifically said things that you did not honor and you went back on. And that is nothing to do with any of my shit. That is complete. That's a character disorder, not any kind of autism or neurodivergence or anything. And that is completely on you. I could be a completely normal person and you still backtracked on your words. Hey, Daniel. Yeah, I'm fired up. I'm on a rant right now on how I was just treated on that panel. Because hopefully, if I keep showing people what I go through, other people can learn from it or resonate with it or not feel alone or something. But I am so tired of this fucking bullshit. And I sit there in the moment and I tell them word for word. I coach them through it. This is what's happening. These are my emotions. This is normal. Is it a problem? No, it's not a problem. We're here to try to understand each other's perspectives. Okay, good. Let me ask you this question. Oh, you're being defensive. Okay, well, that doesn't look like the process of understanding that I'm used to because I used to do this for a living professionally. So I don't know what's going on, but nothing that those people said on this panel turned out to be the case. It was all some bullshit and lies. And if anybody has alternate feedback or something I missed or critique or something they noticed that I did, I'm open. I'm right now I'm looking at it from a very in the fire perspective, looking out. So I'm in the experience, in the rawness of it, and I'm articulating that. So I don't have like the whole 360 looking at it from outer space perspective just yet, but it doesn't take me long to get that. I have some of it actually. Because like I said before, over and over and over, and I don't know if maybe other people are not like this, but for me, emotions and rationality are the same thing. I can be completely rational and analytical while I am having the strong emotion. It does not eclipse or cancel out my rationality. And when my emotions are heightened, my rationality gets increased. I told you I need these emotions to access the kind of perception and information that comes from them, like I'm getting right now. I'm it's helping me understand myself, my own needs, what I need to look out for. Um, Usually in my life, my intuitions or initial impulses tend to be true in the long run, and I tend to ignore them at first because I feel like I'm the naive one, and other people are way better at figuring things out and piecing together things socially than I am. So when I have these little intuitions, I automatically dismiss them, and they almost inevitably turn out to be right. And my instinct for a while now has been not to go on other panels for this reason because this happens almost every fucking time. And at first I thought it was um wait, the panels that women were on, like it happens because there's this instinct to look out and protect women and make sure they're not upset. And my big scary like dragon emotions are upsetting to women. But then this was they had what she was cool. I liked her. Um so I don't think they were doing it because Slushy was there. I think that that's them. They're just revealing themselves and maybe their lack of self awareness. And by the way, I'm talking to Nude Guru, Rights for Vets, Reggie FFS. I'm not sure if you talked or you were even involved. You might have even stepped away. So I don't know who's involved. Denizen didn't do a single thing. He is not included in any of this. And Moose. Moose tried to step in and give his perspective and the way he saw things, and he knows them and he knows me. And I think Moose tried to handle it decently too. So it's the three new people that probably don't watch my stream that seemed a little taken aback by me. But so anyway, the point is, my intuition is telling me not to go on panels for a reason. Yeah, Colt, it just happened. In fact, I restreamed it to my channel. I was going to, we were going to stay in. It started out in the comments, and it was these people are really you know how vegans that don't eat meat judge everybody else for eating meat. Well, these are people that have seen through the capitalistic system and they live off in the woods but they judge all the rest of us who are participating in it. They were making the case that it's a moral failing on our part that we don't look deeply enough into the system to be so repulsed by it that we disengage from it. So they were moralizing me and pretty much everybody I know and care about's participation in a perfectly normal system. It's been around for thousands of years. Um, and so it started out that, and it was come up. We this is a panel where we try to understand each other's point of view and different perspectives and all that. And something in my brain said, nah. It's they think they're that, but when you, because remember, I'm a shadow worker. People face their true self when they're around me. I said they think that they're that, and they might have them. That might be the story they tell themselves. But when I get on that panel, we're gonna find out if they're really that or not, and that's what happened. So yeah, let me find it. It's actually on my channel, and then I ended, and so it ended with them telling me that they were not going to censor me, and that the conversation could continue, and that my emotions were not going to be an issue, and then they turn around and mute me. They were doing some ableist bullshit about my autism, and this is the third time I have been on a panel, and I have tried to let people know what I see going on with the autism, because a lot of people who are not autistic don't know how to factor that in. And I get shut down, muted, or attacked every time. Flow State did it to me. He said I was acting like a baby. I was being self-indulgent and childish. He was white knighting for Margot. These guys just muted me when I tried to explain. So every time the autistic person tries to give their side of the situation and what's going on, thinking that these people are interested in collaborating and working through the conversation like they said they were. Like I was trusting them at their word, and then they turn around and muted me. So I ended the stream, and then I started this one. But that was not the original plan. I thought we were going to stay on the stream and have a conversation. All right, this is the stream, and it looks like it lasted about 24 minutes. And I thought about going through, like, playing it here and doing a play by play, but I'm gonna respect their content and just post the link. You can watch it if you want, and I'll just make my commentary to myself here. I'm coming. See, this helps me. Just like getting it out helps. So if you are ever in these situations and you don't know what to do, reach out to somebody and just talk about it. Like, just I'm good at listening. We have people in the Discord. I have a whole support channel in the Discord you can use to reach out if there's some panel drama or something upsetting you, or somebody's not understanding you or something. Come find somebody. Come find one of us. Oh, is it a cult? It did seem okay. Remember, we talk about the closed myths and the open myths. This did seem like they seem to, in their mind, like what, much like the woke, seem to believe they're operating in this open environment of free inquiry when they're actually this closed off myth of social etiquette, social propriety, etc. And that is what it seemed to me. There was this closedness to it, and I thought, because the way Moose was framing it to begin, Moose was kind of the one that talked me into going up because I trust Moose. And he was like, guys, this is a good opportunity to talk to Jeff and get his, like, hear his points of view and perspective and everything. I think it'll be a good conversation and all that stuff. So that's the kind of faith that I went up there with. And it did not turn out to be that way. It felt definitely like they were a established group. They all knew each other. I was the outsider. And then the reason I know it was projecting was because they accused me of being defensive when they were the ones that were actually behaving and acting defensively. And I was the one trying to keep a Socratic dialogue going. And because that's why I'm a shadow worker, because when people project on me, I know that I didn't have anything to be defensive about because I was just having the conversation. Where did I go? Am I here? What does that mean? Where did I go? I hope I'm here. I'm on my screen on the StreamYard. I see me. Can y'all see me? Am I live? I don't know what that means. Where did Jeff go? Oh, I don't. I'm trying to figure it out. I posted the link. I streamed it to my channel, and I posted the link, but I don't know whose stream it was, and I don't know who muted me because I was watching it through Moose. So it was either Rights for Vets. There was a guy named Reggie FFS, but I'm not sure if he was one of the people involved. They're talking, and Nude Guru, who so look, mainly I think it was either Nude Guru or probably Rights for Vets. I'm guessing, but I honestly don't know. I was trying to figure that out too. I don't know who muted me. I don't know who made the decision to mute the autistic guy that was trying to explain his autism in the middle of this communication breakdown. I even had a card I made at my last job to hand to people when this happens so that I don't even have to talk because they don't listen to me and they can read it and then they'll be like, oh, okay, there's something going on here. It's not what I think it is. And this person's trying to clue me in to that there's something going on here. And we don't ever get that voice. We get shut down. It's like when I was trying to talk about the baby reindeer thing with Chris. And every time I tried to even bring up the topic, he had this way of shutting it down and shifting the conversation back on. So it was like a dance, and I could follow the steps every single time, but it was nonverbal. But like I would try to speak, and then there was this maneuver to either uh, suppress it, curtail it, or shift away from it. Because I know how I'm a conversationalist. I grew up listening to stories all day long, all the old people telling their stories. And we eventually started telling stories and everything. So I know how a conversation is supposed to flow, like when it's reciprocal. And I know when there's these like little maneuvers in the conversation that where people are trying to make it do things. So that's what happened. If y'all can figure out whose panel, who because they're like I think all the people on there were restreaming it. So this same stream kept showing up 4 or 5 times, and I went on it through Moose, but I don't know who was actually the original streamer. So I wasn't even gonna stream until this evening, but then it was a really good panel actually. If you go back and watch the part with Moose showing off his garden and watering the grass, they talk about a lot of like practical tips about gardening and advice on things. Cynthia, you'd probably like it too. It's kind of the kind of stuff you do, and it was very relaxing. It was like an ASMR video or something. Moose was just watering his plants and the streamers were talking in the background and I'm like this is so cool. I could watch this all day. So it had me in this very like meditative state and I was chatting in the comments and um then eventually they're like just come on. It's going to be easier to come on and talk than to do it from the comments. Well, lo and behold, no it was not. I should have stayed in the comments. That's why I left Mel's the other day and went in the comments and the conversation continued in the comments in a way that was not disruptive to everybody. Because I have been the problem child my whole life. I refuse to play that role anymore. If people try to put me in that role, they are going to have the fury of hell coming at them. I renounce that role permanently. I told that happened at work. I tell my supervisors that. I'm like, if there's something wrong, like I will leave. I am not going to stay here and be the problem child. So if I'm doing something that's getting on your nerves or disrupting the workplace somehow, let me know and I'll go find somewhere else. I have a complex about being that person. I've been the scapegoat my whole life. So this is some deep childhood shit coming up. As most of this panel drama is, by the way. I'll just let y'all know. So what I'm doing here is not anything abnormal. I'm just trying to get a closer look at it. So, and that's all I know. That's all the information I have, other than what you see on the stream and the comment section before. You can switch it to live chat to get the full comments. Oh, and I'm sorry, it's supposed to be open panel too. I came to vent a little bit, but I intended this to be an open panel. So let me get the link up. All right, there y'all go. Mhm. Okay, sorry, I'm doing social media. All right, I'm here. So yeah, let's check the news, see what's going on. Maybe I haven't looked at it today at all. Okay, a gag order got lifted for Trump, letting him talk about witnesses, jury. Oh, is that the trial that just happened and he was under a gag? Like, does a gag order even work on Trump? Like, he does it. He finds a way around every other law and rule. What would a gag order stop him with? Um. Anyway, some judge partially lifted it, so I guess he can run his mouth now again. But if you give Trump even this much of a lift, you know, like that's letting all the horses out the barn right there. Like with Trump, you either have to have full gag, like the ball in mouth, or just let him talk about everything. Because I don't know that Trump can find that middle ground. And he has a debate coming up. And if Biden's smart, he would bait him to break that gag order. Brandon, this is not a. I see you in the back, but this is not a good day for Looney Tunes. You know what? What the fuck? Come on, kid. Um, hey, Brandon. Maybe some
Hello
Looney
now.
Tunes will help me out here. We can do. It can be my mental health.
Well,
What's up?
hello there, Jen.
Hi. How you doing?
There's a restream button.
Yeah, but we go X pretty quickly. I
How
mean,
often does this
I,
go?
I just I just was on I just had to end a restream myself. It lasted 24 minutes.
What panel was you on?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. It's some new panelists that I don't really know. Other than Nude Guru, I've never had an issue with him. He's been on here before.
There's a restream button.
Oh right, yeah, you can restream if you want, but oh Hank, maybe I should. Can I restream from yours? Maybe we can
Probably.
move over to Hank's. Colt, I know. Like I want this to be a place where people like you could come, like that are kind of hesitant to panel, and come and have a positive experience. But I'm afraid this is like going in the other direction. It's going to make autistic people less encouraged to go up and panel if this is how what happens. And by the way, what you see on that panel
Hello
today,
there.
that is
I
pretty
had
normal.
the restream button.
Hang on, Brandon, one sec. What y'all saw happen on panel is pretty normal. It's pretty reflective of what happens in the neurotypical world. Like the last 10 years of me and my experiences in Seattle and the workplaces and all that. It's pretty much what you just saw on the street when I talk about all the difficulties. Okay, we have Cynthia. Do you
Hi,
mind if
homie.
Brandon hangs
Hello
out with
there.
us too?
What's going
Hey,
on, Jeff? How are
Oh,
you today?
well,
Hi,
I don't know,
Brandon.
I'm
boy.
okay now. I'm getting back to my baseline.
I wanted to come up and chit chat with you for a second because I saw you
I was
last.
on Hank's channel for a few
You want to
minutes.
go back on Hanks? I might go on Hanks after this. Cynthia and I are gonna talk, and then I might go stream on Hanks. So if you want,
Hank says, "I'm still running my panel. I will come on. Otherwise, we are resolving a lot of a panel drama."
well, Hank, here's what I'm thinking. I want to chat with Cynthia for a while, and then maybe I could go hop on yours,
And then,
and
Hank,
then
I have a
Brandon can
question
go
for
there
you.
and like find us a seat in the meantime, and
I was
Cynthia
on
and I
there,
could
but it was
chat.
triple. It was. He told me it was X-rated.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
true. Hank.
Speaking of Hank, I got something for you in that X-rated. We need to chit chat about Hank.
Well, Brandon, I'm
If
gonna
it
put
was,
you backstage for just a bit so that Cynthia and I could talk, and then I can
will I be
bring
able
you
to come
back
back
on.
on?
Okay. All right, what's up?
So I saw you yesterday. I guess I think it was GS's where you were talking to Base or calling
Oh
GS
yeah,
and someone else, and you and Base are similar. Have you noticed that?
I noticed it last night because Based was one of the people I had an issue with on the panel, like I did today, and so I stayed away from Based because he had similar reactions that these people did. But then seeing him with iFi, I could see the neurodivergence. that held
Right.
us all together, and that made me see things in a whole new light.
I'm glad because I definitely caught the similarities of y'all in the from the beginning of meeting him. And one thing that I see about him that I think you could benefit from is his ability just to be quiet when people are passing his judgment on him. Whereas,
Well, yeah, maybe some of that's temperamental. Like I choose to own my reactions, my emotions, because that's the whole part of me. I don't want to. Based has the ability to compartmentalize and sit on those emotions. I need to experience those emotions because I need the information that's contained in them. So Based might be wired differently from me. So for him, that might be a good like tactic for him. But for me, I need those emotions. That is intelligence to me. And that's like somebody trying to cut off access to information or intelligence. They talk about they want to have conversations and discussions, but then when they suppress my emotions, it's almost like a form of censorship because that emotions are information to me that I'm trying to add into the discussion.
do you think that that agitation from your emotions, do you think it's something you're doing or you think it's something they're experiencing?
My emotional level, my physiological level is happening within me. So it's something my body, my nervous system is, how they are interpreting it and experience it is entirely in their head because there's plenty of other people that don't have the reactions they do and don't experience it the way. You can go to South Louisiana and find a whole state full of them because some of this is cultural, and being from Texas, I'm sure you understand, but also, um, well, yeah, I guess that's what I was going to say was there's a cultural component to this. Like this was what their parents taught them. This is how everybody they went to school with handled emotion, et cetera, et cetera. So they're just acting out of what's normal for them. The problem is I'm trying to tell them otherwise. Like this is not, your norm is not my norm. It's called the double empathy problem.
Mm.
And nobody listens because I'm like the lone autistic person against the sea of neurotypicals, and they're all going to hear each other over what I'm trying to say. And then they mute me.
I find it irritating because I will see you up there and you're so honest and you're so transparent on what you're feeling, what you're experiencing at that moment. And they do always tend to have an issue with it. And then you're just like, okay, I'm exiting. I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to deal with this. I can go elsewhere, which is a good strategy. But I hate to see it because I don't think it
Cynthia,
should
they
be.
muted me. There's nowhere to go from that.
I mean, I don't know what happened last night, but I'm just
Oh,
speaking
I'm
in
no,
general.
I'm talking about today.
Yeah. Yeah, because I hate to see it because you are such a great communicator. And I don't understand how people can't pick up your communication.
I set something off in people under this. It happened. It's nonverbal. It's under the surface. I don't know if it's where I'm from. They just haven't met people from that part of the country before. I don't know if it's the autism. I don't know if it's the antlers. And it could be a different thing for each person. Because the problem is I have so many things that it could be that the probability that one of those things is going to set somebody off is higher because I have more of them than the average person. So whatever the one thing is, when
That's
people
weird.
get
Yeah.
set off, they're the ones that get defensive because they've encountered an anomaly. They have like this perfectly ordered world, and I'm like the new different weird thing in it that their brain has to process and assimilate. So they get into the lizard brain, the limbic system from there, and they start resorting to their physical instincts and their early childhood, however they were raised. That's like what they default to when they move out of that ability to consciously process to that like reactive part of themselves. And that's what I think's I noticed it when I first debated Andrew Wilson. Like he, above and beyond the actual disagreements of our points, he had this emotional resistance that he just could not get past, that kept coming, this hostility or something that kept coming out above and beyond just what would come out from clashing viewpoints.
Well, I just wanted to make sure you knew from my point of view, it's never been you. I've never seen you be the person that warranted the conflict.
Well,
And
they
so
try
I
to make,
wanted,
they project and try to make it be.
right.
Because when there's one of me and four of them, and I see this happen to all kind of neurodivergent. I saw it happen to Lanza the other day. when there's one of us and a bunch of neurotypicals that know how to sync up and are working off the same norms, it's very easy to turn the social dynamics against that one person.
What's the difference between a neurodivergent and someone with autism?
Autism is a form of neurodivergent. Neurodivergent is just a larger category because there's things like ADHD can fit into it, giftedness,
Okay.
dyslexia, all kind of other stuff. So autism is just one flavor of it.
Okay. Silver Tongue says, what does Cynthia think about Jehovah and Lucifer? That they're real. Jehovah being God and Jesus, of course. He absolutely lost control. Is he that young brunette guy that is always smoking cigarettes and drinking beer?
Drinking and the Artho bro that's always drinking
that dude has issues anyways, because he had that same vibe towards bass when he did Bass's interview.
They're debating Friday, I think.
Are they?
Yeah. I think is gonna mod, because that's what we talked about on I-Fi's panel last night was Andrew Wilson. They got in some kind of tussle with it. You're asking Cynthia what the difference
What's
is?
the difference between Lucifer and Satan? I'm not really sure. They're both bad, in my opinion. Evil's evil. I don't really rank it. I just recognize it.
There's actually two traditions. In one, they are separate entities, and in the other, Satan is the fallen form of Lucifer. Lucifer is him as an angel before he fell. He's a light bringer. And Satan is what he was called after he fell and became Satan. So it's just which tradition you subscribe to. These are all apocryphal anyway. So what's going on with you?
Nothing too much. Margot and I did another stream. She came back and did another one, and we were talking about AA, and she said something interesting. She said that AA meeting was the first time she'd ever seen a man being vulnerable and honest about his feelings in her life.
Yeah.
Which was interesting because I've never been to an AA meeting, but I've seen men being vulnerable and interesting, open about their feelings in other situations. But I thought that's a sad that men don't really open up.
Well, look what happens when we do. These were other men that were reacting to me trying to open up and show my emotions. So it's not even women. Other men don't even let men have emotions.
It's their insecurity within themselves, correct?
I don't know what it. I wish if there's a man, Based Oracle did it, Flow State did it, these guys did it. Who else did it the other day? If any of these, Chris did it to me. If any of these people want to come and explain why you have this impulse when a man is having an emotion to shut him the fuck down, come explain that to another man.
They do it towards, it's the emotion, because whenever I get emotional, people don't understand it either. They
try to shut you down?
Well, I'm sure they do.
Or get your level back to a level that they feel comfortable. That reminds me of being gay, and like people would accept you if you weren't too gay. But if you were just too gay, you were like outside of a line where they felt comfortable around you anymore. So you had to keep your gayness in a certain range for the rest of the world to be able to tolerate you. Oh, well, you haven't watched some of my past streams then. And I'm not nearly as obsessed about my panties as you are, so that was like not a good thing to come at me with, really.
It's interesting because now you bring up an interesting point about what is the emotion. People just don't, is it because they've turned it off? They don't want to be responsible for it. They feel like you're putting it on them and they don't know how to handle it.
I've been studying, rationality and the origins of it. And even back in ancient Greece, the emotions were experienced as something mysterious and kind of like that come on you from the beyond. And so people didn't understand them and know what to do. So they're kind of developed this rational prejudice against, if you have emotion, then rationality is not present. And if you have a rationality, then emotion is not going to be present, because rationality calms and counters that. And so that's kind of a cultural myth or belief kind of that's been in our culture almost from the beginning. And I think it plays out in kind of the middle class, waspy American culture. They kind of like to keep things a little cool and reserved. You see it in UK with some of the upper classes. Flo, can you flash real quick so I can know it's you? All right.
Flo, I just went and checked. I didn't see your name on that block list, but there's a rogue person who does it to random people, and we've never caught him. And when you hit that list, we can never find you again.
What list?
What do you mean when you hit that list, you can never find it again?
Like Vic is on that link. That's what Vic is always asking. Unblock me, unblock me, unblock me. But I can't find him on the block list. So what happens is after a stream, some random mod, we don't know who, will go and just block everybody who was commented in that stream.
Like after it's over, they go
yes,
back. And
you know how you can go back and reread the comments? They'll just go back down and hit each person. And I think when they do it that way, it doesn't add them to the block list that we can see. Does that
It doesn't make sense. It seems like you would be able to see them.
No, you're like the fifth person that's had the same issue with him.
Has
and
someone
I just
contacted
checked.
YouTube or tried to reach?
No,
I mean,
well,
when somebody's blocked, they're added to the block list.
No,
Yes, they are.
No, you know what? We can go and
This
show
sounds
you.
like
I'll
this sounds
show
like
you.
a PR response.
No.
I know how channels work.
No,
If you're
I
blocked,
understand that you don't, but you don't know the blocks from the other way. This is the issue that Vic and I are having. And the only way I can get you off of that block list is I have to find a stream way back in the back where you commented or you made a comment and I can hit you. That's the only way I can find you again to unblock you. You're not in that list anymore.
okay.
And
Cynthia, that's not true. You do
that is true. I can pull Trig on the phone and tell you.
Here, I'll be right back. Y'all finish talking about this.
You don't need to go to all that. Like it's cool. But like I know that's not how block lists work. Okay. Trig has a special account unlike every other account.
No, I think that he has so many that hit the block list because he has like on what I can see on the list is 700 people. And I've gone through each and every person, and there's not even a way you know how if I try to add as a mod, I can put at flow state and your name will come up. You can't do at flow state at the block part. So I can't even find you that way. But you're not the only, you're the third person I've had this.
So how many people does he have blocked?
Let me go check super quick.
I mean, you're saying you haven't. If you scroll to the bottom, that's where the new blocks are.
No, and you scroll to the bottom and it'll say hit the 324 more. I keep going all the way through, and then it'll just end, and I'll never find people's names that I'm looking for.
Can I get a burrito bowl with white rice and black beans?
Whoa, what are you eating? Chipotle?
Yes, to go.
Nice. But I'll figure it out. I will find it. But you and Vic now have the same issue. That's what Vic always wants to talk to me about. You came up. Were you listening to Jeff and I talk about the men and their emotions? Oh, hi, Chipotle worker. Yeah. Don't forget cheese. Make sure to hit the like button one time for Jeff if you're coming through. Why I've never fit in easily and yet am a natural leader when stuck in a group. One time I got fired from a job for being a natural born leader. That's exactly what he said. He said, "You're a natural born leader." I said, "Well, thank you." He said, "The problem is you're not leading the way we want you to lead. You got to go." Which flow go ape and start attacking the workers because they put the Watch Flo go ape and start attacking the workers because they put the pinto beans in. Oh, he would. This just got interesting. Well, at least it's not emotional, so none of you will have to get upset. Oh. World Star.
All right.
Okay. What are you gonna drink?
What? Oh, what is? Where is?
We're at Chipotle. We're at Chipotle. Do a suicide.
Cool. Did he place his order yet?
Yeah, he's already got the bowl. He's getting
fuck.
his drink now. Oh yeah, root beer's good. Beers. Being alpha is hated in corporate culture. It really is silver tongue being an alpha. Well, it just didn't make sense the way they were processing things. So I came up with a new way. Just for whatever reason, they didn't like it. Losers.
One thing I do know about corporate culture is anybody is disposable.
Anybody is disposable at any moment in time.
Yeah, you can fall from any height.
Word. Yes, the company is a ship. The messengers are the captain. If you don't like the way the ship is going, get off at the next stop. Mm-hmm. That's how come I like being like the low man on the totem pole. I mean, it kind of sucks because you're the first one to go, but there's really no
yeah.
There's really no pressures put on you. You don't have to worry.
I like to find a little.
You better like it because that's your only option.
Do what?
You better like the low man on the totem pole because that's the only.
I've been. I tell you, when I was a manager, I choked an employee. Like it's too much pressure. Yeah.
What were you a manager of? Was that your last day at work?
No. You didn't tell. I used to manage a camera store, a Wolf camera store. And he was an employee at the mall, and he was an employee that just really worked my nerves. Huh?
I was talking to someone else. I was talking to somebody else.
Oh.
Okay. So I didn't hear really any of the lead up. I just heard if Base or somebody wants to come explain to me why they're not a bit, I'd be, yeah. So.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
What's the issue with like men having emotions?
The issue, I mean, it actually feels like, so I don't believe that expressing your feels, it doesn't do me any good. Like I legitimately get nothing out of it. And I tend to treat other people probably erroneously like they're the same way. And that it's just a momentary like lapse, like it's just a weird emotional moment or you're drunk, you know, whatever the reason is. I tend to assume that afterwards they're going to feel worse because not only did they not get anything or any benefit from expressing their emotions, they acted like a big embarrassing bitch. And so I try to get them to shut it down for their own benefit.
Oh, like you think you're helping? Well, what if they tell you that you're not helping? I need my emotions because I do get a benefit out of it.
It depends on if they're in a, you know, are they drunk? Are they sober?
No, let's like me. Just assume they're like it's a normal day in the panel.
You're a reasonable. I would believe you, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I would believe you, and I would leave you alone about it, like I did when I left the anxiety and depression for men's stream the other night, right? But
which one was that? Was that Mel's?
On Mel's, yeah. Yeah, I quickly realized that this is not something I can relate with, and I'm not going to.
Oh yeah, when you came, yeah, I remember
right
talking about the men.
Yeah. So
yeah, I thought that was a noble act. By the way, I was very impressed.
Yeah, so when you say that you don't get anything out of them being emotional, do you think that
out of me being emotional? Actually, I think it makes it worse.
You being emotional,
right? But you only have to worry about you. Like, what is how someone else's emotions work? Anything to you?
No. I'm speaking on like I assume that they're the same way as me. If I have a problem, I want to fix it. if I cannot fix it, I need to then figure out how to move past it.
You
But
can't
what I
just
don't
sit
want
there
to
and let
do
someone
is
have an
not
emotion.
fix it and dwell in it.
You can't just let someone sit there and have an emotion.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to. I mean, I'm not at me. I'm not the shoulder to cry on. I'll help you fix something if you
I'm
need
just
help.
talking about on a panel when somebody's having an emotion, like a perfectly normal emotion about the topic. They were
Well, no, I'm
they were
explaining
they
why
were taught they were
why
being
I
very
try to shut it
judgmental.
down.
Like they were saying people that participate in the
Hold
current
on.
system are moral, or it's a
So
moral
I'm
failing on
explaining
their
why I
part.
try
But
to
if you
shut it
have
down.
any emotion about it, then you're being defensive. That's gaslighting. That's an abuser tactic
Jeff, are
from
you
the
going to let me
start.
explain it where you're mistaken in your response? I'm explaining why I try to shut it down because I assume that other people are like me.
And I had asked if you can just sit there and let someone have an emotion. You're like, no, not when it's directed at me. And emotions are not directed at anybody in particular. They're just they emit
You're
from a
shifting.
person and they just go into the atmosphere.
All right, now you're shifting paradigms, right? Not now. Can I let them do that? It depends on the person, the emotion, and the mood they catch me in.
Well, I
Well,
guess that's what I'm interested in is
maybe
what all that depends on.
maybe
Because to
he's
me, it's
neurodivergent, Jeff, and so he can't he doesn't want to process other people's emotions for them. Maybe that's what it's saying.
oh, so
Well,
it is kind. It is a.
at some point, it feels like they're taking advantage of something. You know, like they're taking advantage of politeness to skunk up the mood and
I think a lot of it's cultural. It's starting to sound cultural.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just add in because I kind of get where Flo's coming from, and like I think that you're like this to some degree, Jeff, even though you may not realize it. Like I think what it is like whatever experiences we've had in life. Sometimes it feels that people take advantage of your good nature and they're trying to like use emotions as a trick to get something out of you or to change the situation to their favor. Or like for me, that's the way I am. Like I always was a very emotional person, but it was always raw and real. But then I realized that I don't think most people actually operate like that. You know what I mean? I think most people see it as a tool and they kind of utilize it to gain some sort of advantage, right? So I think that's kind of the difference. Like you kind of learn that behavior is not always as genuine as you might want it to be, I guess,
That can be. I do recognize that people need to, like, there's a cycle of emotions. They need to go through it. And so I recognize when people are going through it. And if they even lash out at me, I understand it's not at me and I never take it personal.
Men don't do that for each other, I think, is the issue. What you're describing makes sense to me, and that's what I would do. But I work in mental health and I work in environments where people have extreme emotions.
My
For
mother
the ordinary person,
then
when
you
men are
recognize that
having an
you're doing a
emotion and
service.
other men come in and try to shut that emotion down, I don't think they're always helping.
What were you saying, Flo?
Well, Jeff, you recognize that by being the shoulder to cry on, you are providing a service to that person.
But no one's, like I said, the motion's not there. I'm talking about on a panel. Motion's not directed specific to anybody. So we're not like going cry specifically on your shoulder. That's just how it's being experienced by you.
Well, I mean, I could think of like an example. I'm not going to bring up any of the personal ones like going on with Flo and stuff, but like sometimes people do things to be nice to you and then they try to use it against you later. Say, oh, I did this for you, whatever. You're like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Agree with that one too.
I want to hear an example from Jeff or a hypothetical situation because I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing.
I'm talking about being on the panelverse and having a perfectly normal emotional reaction to being accused of lying or being told you're a moral failure for wanting to have a job and be successful, etc. Perfectly normal reactions to things like that. It's not crying on a shoulder. It's not directed at anybody in particular. It's just me having an emotion.
Well, what's a normal emotion though? Because that's
for me, those are my normal emotions.
A normal emotion for you versus somebody else is going to be very different, right?
I'm just curious why. I guess who determines what's normal? If a man is having an emotion, why do other men not let that emotion, just assume that emotion's normal for him and let him have it, instead of deciding what his norm is and then moving to somehow change the emotion?
It depends on the example. I mean, You know,
Yeah.
like what
I
I'm
gave
saying,
like 5 or 6 of them on the
I know, but all of your examples are not really objective scenarios. All of them. You said
What's an
someone's having a
objective
very-
scenario of an emotion?
Okay.
Emotion is subjective. What kind of
I know that
objective
you think it's a
scenario are
very
you looking
normal
for? I'm
emotion
giving
for people to
real
have.
world concrete examples of exactly what I'm talking about. I don't
Here
know
with
how
your
more
concrete
clear I
example.
can.
Somebody's on a panel and he has a normal emotion. All right, well, I guess I wouldn't shut that down then. It's normal.
But some people do, and men are doing it to other men. And the conversation Cynthia and I were trying to have is why that's happening. You said you came up on here to
Well,
shed some
I
insight.
know, but
into that.
you just clarified that it's a normal emotion. So I guess I'm not in that case, I'm not shutting it down.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's normal for me. But how would you know that? Like the people that are
I just have
shutting
to
it
go off what
down
you
are
told me. You
making
just told
some
me it was
assumptions.
normal.
So if I tell you it's normal, then you'd be like, "Oh, okay, no problem."
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
This
that's
isn't
not
my
happening
example.
with other. I do appreciate that. That is not happening with these other people. All right. Well, I guess I
well,
got your answer.
let me put it this way: there must be a specific example that you have in mind, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Were you watching the stream? I gave like 5 or 6.
No. What I mean is, like, yesterday, like, you said something about Brown's boy with like based Oracle and stuff. Like I saw a little bit of that, and it seemed as if
that was on.
him.
We don't know whose panel he was at.
Oh, I think it was
Where's
generally.
It was on
It might have been
Generator,
GS. It might have been Glenn Lawrence.
I think it was
It
on
might have been
GS.
both of them.
I think it was on GS because
I think Andrew might have been. I don't know. I watched so many panels. They're all one panel at some point. But
what happened with Brown's boy? Because like that's the thing is like Brown's boy is very interesting because he's very hard to disagree. He's very hard to disagree with. He doesn't really say much unless I don't know. I mean, he doesn't say very much that's substantive.
no, but he's neurodivergent. He expresses himself in a very way that's unique and peculiar to him. And I think a lot of people, they don't attack his arguments because I don't think they even follow them half the time. They attack the way he expresses himself.
He comes off
and he becomes he gets scapegoated, and that's what happens because we're a little bit weird. It's easy for people to single us out to scapegoat for all the responsibility for what's going in a conversation. And so when Lanza comes on the panel, suddenly he's the disruptor. He's changing the energy of the panel. He's throwing everybody's conversation off and everything. And it doesn't happen on my panel when he comes on.
Are you saying that some aren't aware of the shift? I mean, we all have seen people who can come on panels and shift the whole entire vibe, whether it be with their.
Well, anybody can come on a panel and do that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the thing with Lanza that shifts the vibe. It's neurodivergent. It's not anything in particular that he says. It's the way he expresses himself.
Do you agree that some forms of expression or manners of expression are worse than others?
I think it's cultural. I think in some cultures, some forms are better, are like more successful than others.
So is that a yes?
It's situational and contextual.
I'm getting the impression that you're very much in the defense of people who you view as being under attack because they come in with shit energy or shit behavior.
Under attack for things that they're not. They're being attacked as though they're doing something morally wrong for things that I don't think have any moral valence to them at all, like emotions. That's just a perfectly natural chemical response in your body. It's not somebody doing something that they can take moral or ethical responsibility for. And so I think things get moralized and pathologized that to me are just perfectly normal parts of being human and or neurodivergent.
Sure. And as is projection, and you're not actually interested in having this conversation. You have a position and you're interested in fighting back on it.
Well, I love how you're telling me what I'm interested in, what I have.
It's just these are my
talk
normal
about
emotions. These are my normal emotions, Jeff. I tried to talk about me, but
I think you lost the point or the plot somewhere.
That's just my normal way of being, Jeff.
Well, okay, be it. I don't know what it's adding to the conversation.
Jeff, can't you just let me have irritated emotions?
Yes, be good, do be.
Thank you,
Use
Jeff.
your moment, shine.
It is,
Cynthia,
but
I'm so irritated, Cynthia. Can
I
vent to you?
know.
But
you
see,
know
when I
what?
do it,
Because
Flo, I can still continue a conversation at the same time. That's the issue. That's what I think a lot of people don't get.
I'm continuing a conversation. I'm just doing it in a bitchy voice.
I don't care what voice you use.
does it also depend on who it is doing it? Like if Flo were to come up to do it, if I was having a great stream and Flo came up in this mindset, I would appease Flo. I consider Flo somebody in my community, and I know if he was coming up this way for whatever reason, there was probably something going on that I don't know about. But because I know Flo and I sense that he's out of character, I would allow him to do that. Take somebody like, I'm just going to say Brown's Boy because y'all brought him up earlier. He's somebody that I just cannot connect with at all. From the very first time I've met him until every single time after, I feel like he's somebody that I just can't connect with. I feel like anytime he says something to me, he's trolling me. I feel like he says things to deliberately throw off the vibe.
Well, everyone trolls here. Like, why is people only use trolling when it's against somebody they don't like? But they're hanging around. They're surrounded by trolls. Their best friends in this panelverse are trolls. But then they'll suddenly play the troll card on somebody else. I don't understand.
Rant is totally a troll. I view Rant and Brown's Boy very similar.
I like.
But
Rant.
hold on, but I'm not gonna like disagree with you, Cynthia. But I want to ask you, like, a few days ago, I saw you said something like, "If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen." But isn't that kind of like, so isn't that kind of implied that we're all like trolling each other to some degree, and we all have to like take some level
I completely understand. There's always a time and an opportunity for trolling. When my definition of trolling is when you're in the midst of a good conversation, this one person will come in and we will derail the whole entire conversation. From my point of view, I'm looking at it like, yeah, well, I look at it, they intentionally did this because they don't like the conversation, it's boring them, or they're sensing that it's going somewhere and they want to come up and just shake it up just to see.
Or what if they're autistic or neurodivergent and they can't orient to the conversation in the first place?
See, so now I'm looking at it, it's like,
and an open panel, when you have a panel that's open, like all kind of random personalities are going to drop by. People get so irritated when a conversation's going well and this random person who's doing something perfectly normal, like hopping on an open panel, suddenly doesn't quite fit into the conversation like they want them to.
Everything's still normal. All this stuff is normal.
Moose is here.
Moose.
What panel?
If it's Moose, I hope it's Moose. I took a chance on it.
Moose, Jeff is getting irritated at people for being their normal selves.
No, well, I could see it because, like, I think there was some predetermined biases before he even walked in the room, and then it kind of went to shit real fast. So I could see how it would feel like, man, this is ridiculous.
They didn't keep their agreements. I can't trust them.
What panel were y'all on, Moose?
Yeah, who was the main the streamer? I couldn't figure it out.
Rights for Vets.
Rights for Vets. Okay, I don't know him, but he muted me, so our relationship is over.
Yeah,
Tommy is mega
Spurg.
Tommy is like the platonic form of neurodivergence.
Do you think that some of these panels do lure people over just to have a new victim to attack and a new person to run off?
Have you been to Paul's?
No, this wasn't.
I'm not that cynical, but I wouldn't rule it out.
This was like an educational thing. They were talking about, like getting self-reliant and getting away
and that
from
people
like,
who weren't were moral failures. Because I'm all for self-reliance too, but I don't think that people that don't go live out in the woods are somehow morally bad people.
Well, the real question is, do you have a moral? I mean, is it morally wrong to not be self-sufficient? And that's
according to them, it is, and that's what I went up to have a conversation about, and that's what.
Well, but here's the thing: is like
Because they said I was getting defensive.
Well, the definition of that would have to change depending on the circumstances. So really, you're always a slave to the circumstances anyways, right? Like if tomorrow society falls apart, then it doesn't matter how much preparation you've done. You're not as prepared for that as you are for now. So like, where's the metric? That's what I would say.
I would say it's a missed opportunity for someone to explain their point of view to a new person that came on their panel, especially a person who shares a different view than them. You're not going to be able to persuade people by, ridicule or ostracization. The way persuade people is by showing them it can be done. Um, Being able to articulate a thought better, and like even just accepting the other person has a different point of view is a bridge, right?
If that's the case, do you think that Snafu's methodology is not very good for what he's trying to do, or would you say it's pretty good?
It's pretty good. It's normal for him.
What is he trying to do, actually? Is this performance art, or does he actually think he's on a crusade to
He believes he's on a crusade.
I mean, I think he's trolling everybody, and I think he likes the
power
to have his name in everybody's mouth, and everywhere you go, people are talking about him. It's kind of like he's just like annoying people on purpose, and then he's striking fear into them by like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna strike your channel" and stuff, and then the dumb people are gonna like really fall for it and be fearful, and then hate him, and then they're gonna talk shit about him, and then it like keeps it perpetuated for a long time.
I think that's what you're doing. I don't think that's what he's doing.
I think Moose is a troll too.
How do y'all get that out of Moose?
What?
Man, I can explain things to you, but I can't understand them for you. If I don't know how, you don't know.
Well, you haven't even explained because I asked a question and that's all you said.
This is normal for me.
Moose has a way. Moose has a way of, for instance, when you were saying he was on the panel last night and he was like, "Yeah, come on up," and then you found yourself getting attacked. I'm not so sure that Moose didn't know you were going to be attacked.
Oh my God. I absolutely do not think that about Moose, because if you go back and watch the stream before I came on, Moose is setting up the whole environment to be this calm, understanding conversation between different viewpoints and everything. So if that was his intention, he was working against his own interest when he was setting me up to go up there.
I don't think Moose has a malicious heart and he's doing stuff out of malice. I think I call them tricksters.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm a trickster too.
And I think that Moose is a trickster and he likes doing his tricks. And it's fun to him.
No trick there, so like,
I honor that trickster energy.
If it was a trick, I wouldn't be confused.
Yeah, I think Moose, I agree with your assessment on Moose. I think that Snafu is actually malicious. And I think that because I've had a lot of people come to me privately, particularly women, and talk about what a piece of shit he is.
Well, I mean, Flo. Yeah, Flo. Flo. Come on, Flo.
What are you doing?
The guy blew his head up. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck.
You don't think he's malicious, Moose?
No, of course he is. Of course.
Okay.
You do think he is malicious?
Okay. The
I just don't think
intent
him serious.
is to cause chaos, right? And
Yeah,
so that
he's
would
a
be
chaos
malicious, right? Wouldn't that be malicious in a way?
I mean, there's no malice is like sadistic.
Is he trying to cause harm? Is he hoping someone's life?
He's trying to
affected?
slander names. Every day he still leaves comments on my videos. Any comment I leave up, Jabba the Hutt is up there doing her videos. Like,
no way.
See, look at the trickster. Look at the trickster. But see, where it snaps is malicious and deliberately doing it, the tricksters do it just because it's funny. It's funny just to play the trick. And I wondered that they don't.
Keyboard commandos.
Yeah, like if there's real conversations and there's dialogue and there's interactions and moments happening where people are growing and people are getting fed. It's always a trickster that will come and end it. And
but think what would happen if the trickster didn't do that. Think of how stagnant that would become after a while.
Here's the other side of it, though. there's tricking going on every level and every way. And what I mean by that is like a lot of people who pretend to be good are bad, and a lot of people who are pretending to be bad are good. So it's really hard to discern. I mean, I would have to assume based on everything that you see, like, you know, I came from my whole ortho thing where like I thought, you know, all these guys are genuinely curious on how to, like, you know, make America not gay again. No offense to Jeff, you know, but
I'm working on it too.
But I'm not so sure that that's the case, right? So like, that doesn't mean that they're evil, but they definitely don't seem to like.
They don't.
It's almost like that binary is too simplistic for people.
Yeah, and I don't mean gay like as in, you know, purely gay, because like the definition of gay.
We
the
get
definition
it.
of gay is no. The definition of gay has changed in 10 years. Like gay 10 years ago.
Well, y'all are
totally
talking
different.
about the Qs now mainly.
I do think though that binary is, there are some people simplistic enough to fit that binary. I think snaps is one of them.
Oh, I thought you were still talking about trans people.
I mean, but don't you get that he loves the fact that he triggers you? Like,
yeah,
like
but
that,
it seems that's like punching up. It's like that's like a beta. That's how betas get the sense of power.
He's just
the woke do the same thing. It's the same tactic the woke use. That's what people in the it's slave morality.
And he does it all day long, right? He's listening to the stream, and you bring up his name,
hey,
and next thing you know, he's sending me a message or whatever. Oh, dude, these Fs are triggered. These guys are triggered, and I'm just laughing.
And he gets off on that.
I mean,
this is a dude who has no power in his life. He lives in a van. He blew his brain up.
He lives with his mom.
Now, I will say, I saw him with Lindsay on the stream with Lindsay the other day, and he was actually asking intelligent questions. He was letting Lindsay talk. He was listening carefully to her responses. He was making intelligent response. I couldn't believe it was snafu.
He was not. He did it for about 2 or 3 minutes.
That was miraculous. Like, it was blowing my mind.
But that's not for miraculous for snaps. It's far from what should be.
Well, yeah.
He would be in the
He was
middle.
not accepting her answers anyways. He was filling them in. The whole way through, he said, "You're a victim." She said, "No, I'm not."
And whenever she would be right in the middle, she'd be like, "And then this is the way." Oh my gosh, look, it's Hank. Hey, Hank. He would completely cut her off and just dive into something else. He wasn't listening to listen. He was just listening to pick up keywords. You're a victim. You're a victim, Lindsay. Like,
I'm pretty good at following conversations, and I could actually follow this one. It's like all the parts connected, and I was surprised that it was Snap.
You know that it's okay and actually desirable to have standards for people or expectations.
Yeah, you can have all the standards you want. I have them too. I wish people were more intelligent than they are and more critically thinking than they are and all that stuff. You can have them, but you're the only one that gets frustrated when other people don't meet them, which 90% of the time they're not.
I'm the only one who gets frustrated.
That's not
the
true.
only one.
Jack, have you met
for
Jack
people not meeting your expectations? Yeah. I don't get frustrated when people don't meet your expectations.
I feel like I'm not meeting your expectations of
I don't have to flow. My expectations of you could not be lower. You don't have to worry about meeting them. You pretty much always clear that bar.
Right on. All right. Well, let me say this then. I think that you're encouraging people to be bigger pieces of shit than they already naturally are. And they're already plenty shitty.
Wow,
but with your help and support, you can enable them to be bigger bitches and pussies and pieces of shit than they already are. Because you can't read subtext. You don't read any layers deep at all. So you miss all sorts of things that are obvious to the rest of the world.
Okay, so then I'm stuck doing however I'm doing it. Then there's nothing I can do about it. Because my next question was, well, what could I do better?
Well, I mean,
but if it involves all of that, then you're right. I'm just stuck at the level
best thing that you
so I
can do
guess
is to recognize where your shortcomings are, but you're too arrogant to see that. You don't think that you miss things, even though you know you're autistic. You're still arrogant enough to be like, I'm a counselor. I don't see that in them, and I'm
a peer counselor, a certified peer counselor. I have the paperwork.
Well, what he's saying is you would be more effective if you could, like, sometimes think maybe there's something I'm missing here, and I'll investigate further, is what he's trying to say.
What I'm missing.
Well, I do. When I tried to do that today, I got shut down, told I was defensive, and muted. So, see, this is the gaslighting again. I don't think y'all are seeing the full picture. I think you're seeing my part of it, and then you're you're attacking that one part, but you're not putting it into the full context. It would make more sense if you did that.
So this is exactly what I just criticized you for. You think you're the only one who knows everything and everybody else is stupid.
When did I say that?
Just now. Not in
No, I
those
didn't say
words.
that. Go back. I didn't say that.
Not in
Oh, not in those words. In the words you just put it to my mouth. See what I'm talking about?
okay.
We don't have to go any further.
You didn't say we're stupid.
You're
or
having a
we just don't see
conversation
the
with
big
yourself
picture.
through me. I'm just a proxy. Like, so you could just
You
have the
think
conversation.
you think I can't read the subtext?
Okay, Epstein donated a lot of money to people. Was he a good guy or bad guy? Let's go ahead and ask that question. He was a very generous, philanthropic person. So was he a good guy or
He was
bad
a
guy?
bad guy. A bad guy.
But he donated a lot of money to nice causes, right? I mean,
He's a dead guy. It doesn't
Who?
matter.
Yeah, but
Well,
why
that's true.
why are we playing this like game when you know damn well that all of us here think that Epstein's a piece of trash? Like,
well,
oh,
because
yeah.
my point is, you can choose any portion of somebody's personality and focus on it, and then ignore everything else. That's what I'm trying to get at, right?
It's cherry pick.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is true. But I still don't understand what Flo's expectation of Jeff is and Jeff's expectation of Flo. Because like
I don't have any. I hardly interact with Flo.
Find love.
I'm cool with Flo.
telling
I'm
you,
fine with
find
Flo. I'm happy to
love.
share the streets with him, and I have voiced my admiration for Flo many times.
Would you give
There you go.
Tommy counseling if he asked you for it and he paid you for it?
I don't think I could work with. That's not the kind of I do. Tommy's at a level of care that I'm not set up to
Yeah,
provide.
like that's a sense of humbleness right there, and a sense of intelligence, knowing that it would take somebody with a lot more medicine than you and access to
Yeah.
things, possibly something to shock them to death. But that's neither here
I
nor
didn't say
there. Thank you.
that. I mean, I think Tommy's fine like he is. He's contained in the Panelverse doing his thing, and he
Yeah,
can
I mean,
carve
as
out his
long
own
as he
niche.
keeps the meth to the apartment building, like, the town's safe. As long as he keeps.
I
the
wish he'd do
guns-
another cooking show. That was one of the most entertaining things I've seen on the Panelverse.
Imagine one day you see him cooking with Rachel Ray, but it's like in his apartment. That'd be outrageous.
on top of a 5-gallon bucket. He was doing it on a 5-gallon bucket in a little.
Well,
pan.
one day he was using a milk crate with the hot plate on top of it.
Oh Lord. It's like
his
Mr. Robinson's
living-
Neighborhood.
In his
Saturday Night
living
Live.
room. Yeah.
Hello, boys and girls.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be? Won't you be my neighbor?
Ooh, Chuck, we might get you to do our theme song.
I can do Barney too. I hate that song though.
Oh, I had
Flo never allowed me back on the show.
what happened?
Flo
If I
does
start-
not like singing.
Yeah.
When that guy started singing the Toy Story song the other day, and Flo was like, no, we're not going to do this.
Well, he even got mad at 007. I think it was last night or this morning when 007 started picking his guitar in the background, drowning everybody out.
Who did?
007. No,
Oh.
Flo.
Flo
what,
said,
what is-
I didn't ask for a guitar, please.
Hey, Flo, are you in a lumber store?
Is that the Home Depot? Yeah. Oh, damn. I want to see more.
I need some
He's
hecky cypress wood that I'm having the
trying-
hardest time finding.
trying to pick up some Mexicans.
Go to the garden centers. That's
No,
if that's what you're there for.
That's all the way over there, man.
In Vegas, they used to stand out front in the parking lot and hold side. Like
yeah,
you go
yeah,
pick
yeah,
them up in the morning.
What did you pick up from Home Depot?
A stud.
Yeah, I need to go to the
brought
lumber
the stud.
yards.
Oh,
I need to go to the lumber yards and pick up
I
some
fucked
hecky
up.
wood.
I fucked up bad. I know that.
What'd
How?
you do?
Yesterday was my anniversary. I thought it was today.
How many years?
What?
44.
That's all
Your
right.
wedding
remember?
anniversary?
44 years. She's probably tired of you, anyways.
Did she remind you
Yeah.
at the
Like, the
end of
best
the
he could
night?
do is give me a break.
No, I bought her a television and a television stand for her.
Why
Since
in
she's
the
having so much.
God's green earth would you buy your wife a television? You should have bought her a Bible and a chair.
I just bought her a Bible
So
not
she
too
could
long
watch Jack
ago.
Talcott.
What?
Oh, she thinks. Well, I won't tell you what she thinks.
Wait, no, you will
Why
tell us
not?
what she thinks. We gotta hear this.
No, I'm not going to drag her into it
All
because
right.
last time when I mentioned her, I got tore up by Paul, and then
Chuck, you need
King
to man
Steve.
up.
Weird.
Man up.
Well, I'm
Don't let
You're
Paul
gonna
be
let
your
them
dad.
win?
now. Wait a
Yeah,
minute,
no
Moose.
shit.
Let's back
Tell
up,
this.
Moose.
Come on, this is a
If
good
you
story.
I'm disappointed in you, Chuck. If you're letting Paul's your behavior impact your
That
behavior at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the
that was a
first
year,
time, Flo is
a
actually
year and a half
flex
ago.
my
And it's
dragging
still
through the
controlling
streets
your
because
actions.
of it.
Chuck,
I
you have to understand
I
something.
do applaud your instinct to protect your wife though, and keep her out of all this.
Protect her
Panel
from
mess.
what? There's nothing. There's nobody.
No,
coming
that's
for her.
not true.
See, that's the
not
trickster.
true.
See, Cynthia, you were right.
It's
There
the
it
Now
is.
wait a minute.
trickster.
Moose was in the pit when Paul went after him and his family, if I recall.
What's the
Yeah,
pit?
but I mean, we're talking about what your wife feels about Jack Talcott. Jack Talcott's not coming for nobody.
Oh
What?
well,
Jack
I'll just
Talcott-
leave.
Okay,
Go
all
ahead.
right.
Yeah, but if
let's leave
that's
it at
something
that.
that they
Leave it at
talked
that.
about in private, he doesn't. Like,
Yeah.
she may not want that shared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just thought it would be something interesting. We could do
It is.
private.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
for content wise, selfishly, I definitely want to know, but I also respect the sanctity of the confessional.
and if I had any respect for Talcott, I might say something, but I'm. Flo told me to keep it to myself about poor Jack. May
Loaded?
he rest.
Flo.
Yeah, you did, Flo.
Well, you don't have to listen to Flo any more than you have to listen to Paul Enslaved or those
Yeah.
other people.
I'm not a person to take advice from, am I, Jeff?
Mm.
Well, no,
Um,
you're just an old drug dealer.
Hey,
I mean, it depends on the advice.
that's an
He's the man of the
There's some
entrepreneur.
street.
advice that I would take from you.
What's the difference
Entrepreneur.
between Flo and
Yeah.
your doctor?
I was a small business owner.
80%
Yeah.
off.
Definitely, like any hustle advice I would take from you for sure.
Oh, Flo can hustle now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not been doing too good lately though on the hustle side.
Oh,
though.
what's
not
happening? Is it slowing down?
Well, he got a little soft. He started getting a little empathy, and
The fuck if I did.
Yeah. What?
Are your numbers suffering?
oh, you don't hear him get on there and say
I
please
hardly
and thank
watch
you
Flo.
for hitting the like button here
Oh
lately.
yeah, I did. I have been doing that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You think I should stop it?
I don't know,
What should
man.
he do instead? Like, hit
Jeff
the
got
button,
enough
bitches?
empathy out here for me, for all of us.
I really don't. I'm a very
If
burned
it
out
was
empath.
if it wasn't for me, Flo would starve to death.
That might be true.
Boy, I can't wait till I get monetized.
I take care of the creators I like.
Oh,
Except
are
for
we all
Moose.
competing for your patronage?
Don't get mad.
He said he takes care of the ones that he likes. He covered
He
them.
likes a lot of people. We all see him roam the streets. He loves everybody.
Yeah.
And I throw the
Hey.
ka-ching out there for good content creators.
You do.
Not
Hey,
just Flo.
I want to say, Chuck is funding this stream for the next 2 months, by the way. This is all brought to you by Chuck.
Nice.
I didn't give you that much. Well, what I
You
give
did.
you?
You,
20?
it covers my StreamYard for 2
50.
months.
Yep, I gave you 50.
And Flo.
Huh?
Flo.
And Flo,
What?
your
Oh.
mic's going out there, Moose.
I think you cut out.
What?
The fish ate him.
Mic check 1, 2. Work it out.
You're on mute, Moose. It's probably the baby.
He
or
was
something.
putting around the yard earlier. Might be the
Yeah.
connection.
Oh, he gets too far away from the house and the Wi-Fi cuts out.
Here, he's
Mhm.
coming back in.
There's 2 mooses on the panel.
Hey, Flo, you still owe me. You told me to give you my Cash App. You're gonna hook it up. I gave you
For
my
what?
Cash App.
Whoa,
And you said,
whoa.
What
For
did I
what?
pay for?
it was like a month ago. I was doing
Uh-huh.
good. It was at night. No, seriously, dude, I wouldn't make this shit up. I would never say that you said something.
You might. I know. I'm just asking because I do have a bad memory. I will forget things.
I know I don't
That's a
You're
expect
also a
fact.
trickster.
I'm just putting it out there that that's what made me lose some trust in you was that you said one
Oh,
thing.
Wait, you had trust in him?
Yeah, I
Flo?
trust
So
that
jog
he
my
is a
memory. What was the
capitalist.
debt for?
He's a really good capitalist because you said I was pulling some good weight for you and I was doing some good advertisements. It was like a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, and then yeah, it was just about that. We were having fun, we were having a good time, and you said, you know, Moose, I don't ever treat you good or whatever. Throw your Cash App down there, blah 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 blah. So I was like, nah, man, I don't even know my Cash App or whatever. You said, just do it, just do it. So I went and I got my Cash App. Spent the 3 minutes trying to downloading the app and all that shit, and then like an old man, okay, like an old man.
What do we
I
think, Cynthia? Does
like
this sound
I'm
like a
not
true story?
I'm not a grifter. I'm the anti.
Yeah, I believe it's credible to me. Flo, I have a question for you. Do you still do that like $20 promote your channel thing?
Yes.
What
I
are
actually.
what are the
So,
numbers? But am I going to get 200 subs from it?
I have no idea. I just the only person who I've done it with is Fatty. I don't really sell it much or promote it
Hold
much.
on,
I
let me
did just
take this over. This is my specialty.
so
All right, so for $20, what you are getting is you are getting your name on
I'm
the
not trying
Flow
to.
State channel. And so on the Flow State channel, what we do at the Flow State channel is we
no,
do
no,
not
don't
Yeah.
advertise
promise.
flow
Shut
over
your
here.
Yeah,
goddamn
Moose. I
mouth,
think that I
Chuck.
got this. There goes your
All
money.
right.
Oh,
Yeah. So I'd actually just changed that to a tier membership at monthly, $50 a month,
oh,
and
forget it.
goddamn, what's it do? It goes in the Nightbot. So you get a Nightbot slot, and so that's every. I don't remember how many I said. Every 20 minutes or some shit.
Oh Lord.
A link is dropped, and in the video descriptions. I don't remember all that stuff off the top of my head. I think that's
for a
basically
whole
it. But
week?
I get about 1,000. So my streams are about 1,000 is average. If I go over 6 hours, it'll normally hit 13 or 14. If it's less than that, I think the shortest streams I ever do is like 2 hours, and the last one I did of that got 600, I believe. So, but you're looking at about an average of 1,000 viewers.
I definitely want the subs. It's just if I want that particular audience.
Well, yeah. Oh,
I have a very diverse audience, actually.
Yeah, you don't have a bad audience actually. I've gotten a lot of
It's
viewers from you.
which is cool and is a bummer because no matter what thing I do, somebody doesn't like it that way.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
had
but
some
who
whack-a-moles
cares?
on there last
You're
night.
never gonna be all things to all people.
Yeah,
whatever happened to Scotty 2B, dude? He had the
I haven't
wildest
seen that
stories.
dude in a hot minute. Ever since he and Paul got on that argument on my panel.
Well,
Yep.
he sent me an email asking if I wanted to talk to him about the end time stuff, and I sent him my number, and then
Oh boy.
I didn't have time to talk to him that day, and I haven't heard from him since.
I wonder if he got himself arrested again or thrown out of that
Oh.
house.
How do you get thrown out of your own house?
Because it's not his.
Scott can manage.
I mean,
So
he
how
got
come you
arrested
don't do
for
members
kicking in his
only
own door.
lives?
Because my memberships cost $1.
He does. I get notifications, but it
No,
looks
no,
like
no. I
normal
mean,
streams.
where only
Is it?
members can chat.
Oh,
Oh,
but
you know
anyone
what?
can
I do
watch.
need to start doing that more.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I forget about it.
because everybody
People
loves your chat, and so
people will
I
buy.
don't.
Yep.
just
Yeah,
to,
you're as remind me because I keep meaning to do that and I keep spacing it off.
you can't do it once the live starts. You have
Yeah,
to
you
do it.
can.
Oh, you can. Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
My poor kid ain't been able to eat in a month.
What?
You want me to send
I
you some
just met
ramen?
Are you spending your kids' food money on this panel?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
tricking it off
flow.
in the YouTube streets.
Chuck has a lake and like a mile-long driveway lined in rose trees or rose bushes. I think his
Chuck's
kid's
not hurt.
eating.
Those
His
are
lawnmower
Bradford
costs as
pears.
much as my vehicle.
Lawnmower was $4,500.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Yeah,
Oh
I mean
my
it's
god. Wow.
But it came with the house. They
yeah.
just
They
tacked
just
Was it a
on.
they just
combine?
threw it in with the. This is that sort of house he lives at, right? They're just like, oh yeah, keeps the lawnmower. It's just a little.
No, they tacked it on. Trust me.
Mhm.
Yep,
Well-
they tacked it on.
Well,
Tell you what,
guys
though,
are not
if these
cooking
100
yourself dinner, I'm cooking myself some pineapple
these-
curry chicken tacos. Go ahead, Chuck.
If these damn 100-degree days don't let up, good Lord, it's horrible.
We just hit our first 100 today.
And you know what,
Oh.
Cynthia? How am I ever supposed to be getting taken seriously when you're always calling me a trickster everywhere we go? I've been on my best behavior.
That's not what.
bro.
That's not what's preventing people from taking you
that's not
seriously.
it.
Well, I
That's
think
not
there are
it.
people that take you seriously. All the
I'm
important people
I'm
do.
just pretending. I really like when I first came on these
Bro, did
YouTube
he just cut me
streets,
down?
I was dying. What did
Yep.
I? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. We're listening.
Oh, I was just gonna spill my heart out and say how when I first came on these YouTube streets, I was begging for a clan to go.
Are you
with.
taunting me?
What?
No, he's serious.
Let a man talk and see how you shut men down when they try to express themselves. Stop doing that.
He was taunting me with his emotions.
No, you're paranoid.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to tell you the exact reason of why I came onto the fucking.
You just
online.
he's threatened because he's scared you're gonna capture the spotlight.
Just don't do it too emotionally. Go ahead. I'm
You
listening.
do it as emotionally as you want.
What
I
the
got my
fuck
hand
are
on the
you
button right
talking
now.
about? Like I'm not crying. I'm not over
Moose,
here.
Moose,
like,
I'm gonna need you to
crying.
calm down.
Hey, I
Close.
met Moose.
Jesus
I
Christ.
met Moose in real life.
Did he cry?
Moose, go ahead. Please ignore the troll in the corner. He's about to get axed.
Oh man, it's
And
no, it's
welcome,
all
Hank.
good. It's all good. I was
just doing my-
validation. He was just doing his thing, and he's a trickster too. That a trickster.
I
knows a
know he is. He knows he is. He's doing it. That's why he's doing this, because he's the other trickster has the mic right now.
But I definitely like.
Oh,
had-
speaking of tricksters,
hold on.
hang
Hank.
on. I might have to
I definitely
backstage all the
came on here,
tricksters.
and I was looking for validation. I was looking for friends and people that I could trust, and people that were like similar minded. Even if they were fucktards like Flow State, I was willing.
Oh, I'm
to
back up front.
disregard. I was willing to disregard all of his meth charges and all that because I'm a good boy, right? I don't do that kind of shit.
I'm
I just-
neurodivergent, Moose.
Come on, you
And so.
lay
No,
down
it's
the
fine. We've all done bad shit in our life, right? But I was willing to forego all that shit and take this guy seriously. I thought we were cool. I thought we were friends or whatever, but we're not. Everywhere I go, you guys are always throwing me under the
Moose is
bus.
totally not exploiting Jeff's
Wait,
kindness.
you thought that about Flo?
No, actually, I'm just making shit up now.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like,
Yeah, Moose is
Okay.
totally not taking advantage of Jeff's absurd tolerance for everything.
See, I'm
No,
starting to see
I
with
was
Flo's.
gonna
Oh,
tell my
fuck. This
story,
is
but then you
so.
interrupted me like 5 or 6 times, and then when I get interrupted, I do get pissed off, and then I just say like, you know
Okay,
what,
yeah,
fuck
now
it.
that does
Like,
make
at
sense.
that point, like, let's just fucking talk about some bullshit because I'm not gonna get out the story before you interrupt.
See how he did? Flo was the reason you started doing what you were doing, and then he calls you out for something that he instigated.
Yeah,
So
I'm the reason for it.
he was the catalyst for it.
Hi, Hank. Hank.
Moose is not
You're the
responsible for
only
his own
fan
emotions and
thing.
behavior.
What are you talking about? I'm not emotional. I'm just behavioral.
I'm gonna need you to calm down, Moose.
Yeah, Moose, I can feel your
This is
energy.
not your panel. You don't need anything.
Oh.
I am neurodivergent, Jeff.
If that's your need, you're gonna have to meet it by going somewhere and taking care of it.
Oh, everybody else gets tolerance except for me, huh?
No, if you
I see how it is.
Yeah,
men
listen, y'all
get to have their
do that.
emotions here, so if that's the issue.
I'm
for you, you
having
have
my
to-
emotions and you're shutting them down. They're normal.
No, but you were having your emotion while Moose was trying to have his.
Okay, let me know when it's my turn to feel something.
All right, I will. You just sit there and feel silently for a little while, and let's hear from
That
Moose.
is not normal for emotions. That's exactly Jeff. That's exactly what the fuck I want from people.
What?
You can have your emotion. I never once told you not to have your emotion. I want to
Jeff, you're
hear
a
Moose
hypocrite.
talk, though. That's all I'm interested in.
You're
No,
a hypocrite.
I really did come on here for validation, and I was looking for like, at first I was like, man, I could be funny, and like, Paul actually got me thinking we could be like the Howard Stern show, and just fuck around and stuff. But then I realized that, when you have the power of the audience and you actually can sway a crowd and stuff, you can actually hurt people, and you can make you can do a lot of like weird shit, and psychologically. I don't want to have that power. So I've always just fucked around instead, because I know that with that power, given the opportunity, a lot of people have deliberately wronged me, or deliberately want to start shit, and I would use that power definitely. And so I don't want to. I want to stay out of that.
I've seen that side. Yeah, that makes sense. I
Hank,
think
you're
that
on
was
mute.
helpful for Flo to hear too, and Hank, and Chuck.
Hank, you're on mute.
It was not helpful for me. I wasn't listening.
Can't
Yeah,
hear
well, you
you,
just
Hank.
don't know it yet.
It's hard for me to listen to somebody when I'm sitting here swallowing my
Blink
emotions.
if you could hear us.
He's
I don't mind you, like you at your most emotionally intense. It's not going to ever be able to generate an emotion that I'm not going to be able to tolerate. Your
Then why'd
emotions
you
are
have to
very
put me
white bread.
backstage if you could take my
You can have
emotions?
all of them you want. They're not going to bother me.
Hank, you need an OnlyFans page.
We tried to tell him.
He needs an OnlyFans page, Hank. You need to
Stop
get
trying to turn him out.
Listen, you need to get you an OnlyFans page for the boyfriend experience, and you're gonna sell it as
Hey, and this is where your ratchety side comes out. Like trying to like pull him into some OnlyFans shit. Like, what do you want him to do? Sell his toes online? Some fucking
No.
pictures of his feet?
he wants
Like,
to deal.
you want him
Hank's
to
big.
sell underwear and shit, or what?
No, listen. Hank's deal is he wants to do the push pull. He wants to learn how to push pull people, and the OnlyFans would be an opportunity for him to pull people into his world. At the same time, he would be learning from other women on what they like about him and him being a man. Like he would come on there, maybe start cleaning your room, and
Well, yeah, I mean, most OnlyFans channels, they come on there, right?
see, this is you being a trickster. Like you, such a
it's me
dirty-minded
being
person.
real, though, because you know that OnlyFans is just a bunch of hoes.
No, I
getting
don't
tricked
know
out.
that. No, I don't know that. So I don't know how you think I know that, but you're wrong.
Hank is a hoe.
Frank,
I think
Hank
he's
wants
trying
to be a hoe.
He's an
So
aspiring
what he
hoe.
does is he has his
But he
page.
doesn't listen to us.
Yeah, he'll be sitting there working, and women, because women want to fix everybody. Women are going to see Hank, and they're going to
That's
be like,
so
"Oh,
obnoxious.
it's our way. It's who we are."
Well,
They're going to be like,
it makes you
"Hey,
unlikable.
you need to do da da da," and Hank's going to play into it, and then he's going to figure out what women like, and then he's going to be the sex magnet he's been dying to be his whole life.
And then Hank's gonna wake up one day and go, "Who the fuck am I?" Because
Hank already does
I
wake
think
up and
that'll be
say
good
that
for
every
Hank.
day. Hank, I'm telling you,
Oh,
Flo's not gonna
you're
help
coming
you.
in, Hank. You're not coming in for some reason.
Yeah, Hank, Flo's not gonna help you get laid.
You're not
I'm
on
trying
mute,
to
but
help
we
you.
can't hear you.
I can't even help myself with my emotions.
You don't have any. You said. You
He
said you
has
have very
emotions.
shallow, which is common for sociopaths. Shallow affect.
He has emotions because Katie says it, but he just doesn't display them on YouTube.
Do they
Which
run
is
deep?
probably
Jeff just called me neurodivergent.
You are neurodivergent. You yourself are acknowledged ADHD. Hey, Flo, we're starting a men's group, and where you can get in touch with all that if you want.
I could not possibly tolerate a men's group moderated by you. Would not ever
and
happen.
Moose too. It's not just me. There's gonna be.
Oh, it's even worse if Moose
Well,
is.
then stay home. I mean,
it's even
Yeah,
worse.
I appreciate the
I'm not, like,
invitation.
10 times more successful than most people, but yeah. Oh, it's definitely bad if Moose does it. If Moose tries to teach you how to run a fucking
I think I would do better with I would do better with Moose, I think, than Jeff. Jeff's already kicked me out once. Moose has never kicked me out of anything.
What have I kicked you out of? Well, I don't even go on your panel anymore, so I'm not worried about it. And you here now.
Mm-hmm.
Cynthia,
Mhm.
you show yourself. You're an undercover hater. Like you pretend to
No,
act
I'm
like
not
you're
an
not
undercover
nice,
hater.
but
I'm
you
a real
pretend to
life
hate.
hater.
It's like
I'm not
it's like
undercover
oh,
about it. I display it.
remember a couple months ago. Thank you for all the stuff you do for my people. That was
I
just
do
dumbest
appreciate that. It
fucking
doesn't
shit
change
at
the
all.
fact you're not a
Your
trickster.
people aren't living in Mexico. Your people are your fucking family. It's like if I said my people are
My
European
culture. It's
and I
my
took
culture.
the whole fucking
I speak
Europe
more
and
Spanish
said
than you do.
thanks for
It doesn't
helping my
matter. It's still
fucking
my
people
culture.
out in Europe.
It doesn't
It's
matter. It's
fucking
still my
She
retarded
culture.
and
probably
it's
makes better
total
guacamole.
disingenuous.
I do.
It's
I make
fucking
better tacos.
retarded.
It's not disingenuous. I really appreciate everything you do because not a lot of people even think about the Mexicans. Even in the fight of racism, y'all
Then
never
stop
even
being
think
such a
about the
fucking
Mexicans.
hater.
But it
Let me
doesn't
be
change the
me and
fact you're
stop
still
being
a
a hater.
trickster. It doesn't change the fact you're
It's
still a
okay
trickster.
though. Like you don't
Yeah,
have
but
to
the
point
trick's
it
not a
out
bad
everywhere
thing.
you
It's one of the
fucking go.
archetypes.
It
You
can be
can
a
let
good
me
thing.
be me and just let
A
me be
broken
me
clock is right
wherever I
twice a
go.
day. Same thing with tricksters. They can do good things every once in a while.
Maybe it's your own. It's your relationship with your own trickster energy that
She's
this
just a
is
man
about.
hater because she ain't got a good relationship with her man. They broke up and now she's a man hater. And I'm in a great relationship. I'm balling, and she's hating on it.
I don't
Hating
get
on it.
man hater vibes from Cynthia. I'm very
They-
sensitive
I
to
don't
man
either.
hating. They
Actually,
usually direct it at me.
Cynthia's not a man hater at
He's
all.
just
Actually,
he's just
she
trying
likes
to
that
his
chocolate.
best to do his Paul impression because that's truly who he wants to be. He truly wants to be
I've never
somebody
Oh,
who
I
liked
think
you.
he is
crowds
Paul
Made
like
fun of
now.
you
Paul.
for your
No,
size.
he's
I've
far
never
from
made
Paul.
fun of
Why
you
would
for
he
anything
want to
like
go from
that.
getting laid to not getting laid?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to be Pussy Paul? It doesn't. He doesn't want to be Pussy Paul.
Hey,
Pussy
why do you
Rex.
always hold that sign up, Hank, that
Look,
says "Jingle the
why would I
Keys"
want
or
to be
something? What is
600
that
pounds
about,
of
Hank?
fun when I could be 145 pounds of
Yeah, what does
done?
that mean?
Oh, so when Paul was on
Jingling the
last time,
keys, baby.
yeah. So Paul, like last week, he had the key. Jack gave him back the keys to his channel, his StreamYard, and Paul used it to make a scene of himself. We can get attention, and I just so this is what he does with his keys. He jingles them
Mm,
like a cat.
okay.
You know
He's
what,
not a
Cynthia?
producer like the Moose. He just jingles them for attention. So there's no reason to give Pussy Paul your keys unless you
Right.
want to just watch him have fun with them.
Right.
Oh,
And
the
Cynthia,
cat. I get
I
it.
think
Pussy
we
Paul.
haven't been around each other so long that you miss me because for some reason your lives ain't coming up on my feed. I subscribe to your channel. I've
Who's
gone
he
to every
talking to?
show. I've gone to every single one of your episodes. I've
Are you
liked.
talking to me?
Put a comment. Yeah, I put a
I
comment
just
on
did
there.
a
And
live
now
this morning.
Oh,
that's what I'm
Cynthia, don't you
saying.
have a new channel?
What
I don't know if I
what's
have
your
your
new
new
Yeah.
channel?
I just did a
You don't even
live this
tell me your new
morning.
channel.
So did I actually. I literally just ended
Like
mine because I couldn't figure
Yeah,
out how
I
to
saw
do the
yours. Like,
restream.
I was
Cynthia,
You're like
if
the
you want, you
ultimate
can
hater. Like you don't
post
even
them in the
like me,
Discord
but you
when we go
won't even
live.
I
invite me
will.
to the dodgeball game. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to beg you to give me your channel. That's dirty. That's
Okay.
straight dirty.
Hank,
I'm
what do
trying
you
to
think
support
about the
your ass.
OnlyFans? Are you gonna let me be your manager?
Explode, she's moving in on your territory.
I'm not sure. It's worth a try.
Is
Send
that
me a hat.
I feel like women would take a liking to
This
you, and
corner
then
is
you
not big
could take your
enough.
shirt off a little bit from time to time. Women like to watch men being men, just like men like to watch women.
No. Well, maybe from afar, but
Right.
not
And
on
then
panel
What is
because
only
they
women
are
from
some of the
afar.
main people that try to
You're
shut men down.
trying to lead him
Women
into
see man in
temptation.
his comfortable state and they ruin it. If a man is having fun, if a man is enjoying himself or anything like that, a woman will come up and be like, "Why aren't you doing this?
Preach.
Who's a
Why aren't you
woman
doing this?
hater? You
Why
sound like a
hey,
woman
why aren't you
hater.
doing this?" Nah, man, I'm a
I
woman
might be
lover. And I'm
slightly
a good woman
misogynist.
lover too. Boom,
Can you say
boom.
that to every woman? But thank you.
I keep it to one because I'm not trying to plate
I
spin
wasn't talking to
and trying to
you.
keep them dirty O's inside me. That ain't happening. Ain't happening.
Okay, Moose. Good for you. So, Hank, are you interested in the OnlyFans? And OnlyFans is no censorship. You can talk about anything you want to talk about.
Oh, that's not true. They do have censorship, but and also
Listen,
they
you
have
have
onto the
your
banks.
emotions there.
Yeah, my bank has big problems with OnlyFans too, so they have a whole bunch of issues. But
Why are
Why?
you trying to lead him into temptation?
How is it
Because I'm
temptation?
horny,
That's who
Chuck.
she is. She's a harlot.
Chuck, my puppet. I'm very horny, so that's why she's trying to
Well,
solve
I'm
that
just
problem.
trying to teach him the push pull because I
Ask
think if he
God
learns
for
to
help.
push pull,
How
he'll
am I
get
supposed to
laid
stay on
like
the stream
he's
and go into the
invited.
store with you guys talking about Hank being horny?
What'd you say, Flo?
I don't. That's a conundrum, Flo.
That is a
I don't know how to
conundrum.
help-
I'm
how
going to
to
have to
help.
leave. I was really determined to stay here until Jeff kicked me out because he couldn't
No, I
handle
don't
my
want to. I'm
emotional
enjoying
expression.
you. I don't. We don't get to hang out as much. So
I know,
not gonna
because you
kick
don't come
out.
to my room anymore, and you can't handle my
You need to
emotions.
come over, Jeff.
Yeah, because you can't handle mine. So you white knight for Margot,
Because
and
you
you don't
support
let me
pogos
rebut
and pedos and all
autism.
that
So.
I
stuff
knew
that
that.
Snap
And you
hates.
accuse me
Whatever
of
your
poaching your
whatever your
people.
butt hurt is about, you just need to get over it and swallow it down like a man.
No, I didn't. I didn't say anything. I just took myself out of the
Put
situation.
it out
Problem
there. Let's
solved.
clear it up. Put it out there.
Problem
I
solved. There's
see you
nothing
down
to
there in
clear
the
up.
chat.
There's
I see you
nothing
down there.
to
Hey,
clear up.
I'm gonna be clear with you, Flo. You're here supporting Jeff, so Jeff should support you or whatever, just because.
I do support Flo. I'm a member.
Your ass better come support me when I throw that fucking live up.
Moose, you're
that's how
crew.
I will.
No.
Yeah, Moose, your crew.
I'm not the
You,
crew.
Snaps,
said
Yeah,
no,
you're
hell
part of
no,
the
I'm
crew.
not the
You're
crew.
lucky. You should be honored I'm not attacking you.
Wait,
And
what?
and where
What
are
you
your
talking
manners?
about?
We
I'm
have a
not
new
part of the
guest,
crew.
Ken,
I
here.
gave up
Hi,
on
Ken.
the crew.
Hi,
Didn't you see
Ken.
me take his channel over? I
Nope.
took his channel over and I have 15 live streams going at the same time of how he loves Paul.
Flow State.
Really?
Moose and I
I've been
own
on-
the Keystone Cop crew. We bought it
I've
out.
been
Bro,
out of the
I
loop.
swear to
I might
God,
owe you an
I had
apology.
15 streams going at the same fucking time. I had 20, 30 people watching. It was awesome.
Yes, and I had Officer Snaps on my channel today for like a whole hour put together. We own it.
Snafu? Like an interview?
He comes on and does his rant, but I had him on my channel for like an hour or so today.
He ranted for
Well,
an
that's
hour.
yeah. I
Yes,
don't know
on my
why you-
channel. I let him do it.
Because I
They were talking
cupcake
about my
with
emotions.
pogos. I'm not crew because I cupcake with Flo and the pogos.
That means Officer Snaps isn't crew either because he cupcake with me.
Alright.
Ironic.
So he's kicked out of his own crew then. So like the
Well,
crew's
Ken,
dissolved.
what's up with you? Give us an update. You at work?
Hey, who's in the bathtub right now?
It's Ken.
It's a game.
Oh,
It's a game?
No, it's
What's
a
the-
game. It was a commercial. I was like,
oh
the
no, I'm gonna
commercial.
mute you because it might be copyrighted. Sorry.
Alright.
You want to take a bath, Ken?
Oh my gosh.
Oh god. Here we go, Chuck.
What is
Trying to
happening
get
right
Ken
now?
in the bath.
I lost my.
Cynthia,
yeah.
are you gonna do Ken's OnlyFans as well?
Do what?
Are you gonna do Ken's OnlyFans?
Well, I'm thinking about doing an OnlyFans with my toes. Oh, y'all can't see them. With my toes, the foot ladies. The
What do
foot
you-
ladies.
what do you
make
do?
money.
Are you
Like you
trying to
paint
make
your
people
toes?
gag for money or what?
Man, y'all, I don't understand that fascination.
Maybe there's
I
something I could
really
do
don't.
on OnlyFans.
But if I
Yeah.
can make an extra 70 G's off of showing my feet, I'll do it.
I could
Hey,
do
so
like
Oh,
a
that-
you
regular show.
you and
Yeah,
Wizard
yeah,
showing
yeah.
feet.
Sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
Wizard does it too, Chuck.
Yeah.
Wait,
He's a
okay, I
footman.
can't.
Wait.
Wizard does
Wait a
OnlyFans.
No way. No way. You're
Yeah.
telling
Is that what
me
you're
that
saying?
Wizard takes picture of his ratchetty old feet? His little
Stop
Yep.
it, Chuck.
fucking
I'm
skeleton
okay. That's
fingers?
it. I don't know, Hank. I'm gonna
All
do
right,
my plan.
yeah, I'm. I don't know, Cynthia. You ready to
way.
go hang out at Discord
No,
or something?
I'm gonna do my plans.
My daughter was a waitress in St. Louis, and the club she worked at, one of the St. Louis Cardinals baseball players came in there and offered her $500 if he could take a picture of her foot.
Yeah,
I said, "Well, what'd you do?" And she pulled out $500.
Yeah,
All he wanted
people-
was a picture.
Yeah, people love that. I don't know why, but people are fascinated
Dude,
with
it's
that.
crazy.
They even
I don't-
have
even
a
a
whole
picture of
makeup
your
line for
face.
your feet. They
It's
have a
not even-
makeup line.
Yeah.
Not
You
for
give us a
free.
preview. We'll let you know what your potential is.
No, not for free. This is going to be a peep show. I have to take
Like one toe per They have to pay for each
Now wait
thing
a
to see
minute.
the next toe.
You're going against the Bible, Cynthia, by doing that.
And
By
she's trying to
what?
pull Hank into her
You know the
corruption too.
funniest thing is I'll sign up for that shit.
I'm
And
all
I'll
for
leak all
corruption.
that shit. I'll leak it all over the internet and shit. I'll have that shit all
I
over
love
YouTube.
this.
Look at these toes.
Just
Look at
You
this
know,
long ass pinky toe.
I
Look at this big
actually
old
had
big
a
toe, big ass
OnlyFans,
knocker on there.
not the live I did today, but the one previous. I had an OnlyFans model on there that talked about it, and she said that this is the way that she felt safe in relationships. That she wasn't catching any STDs from anybody. She wasn't in fear of being assaulted or anything. That
I
she
call bull.
Well, go back and watch the live. She really
Yeah.
did say it.
That's
Here,
fine
I'll
that
try to
she
find
said
a
that,
link.
but the reality of the matter is that now that she's on OnlyFans, her potential mate is going to be a much lower potential mate because most guys, if they find out that she's an OnlyFans person, it doesn't matter how good of a guy they are. If they're like a fucking man, they're not going to want that hoe. Like,
See, and I
seriously,
think
just the
that's
way
a
it is.
huge
And
cultural difference that
it just
is
is what
different
it
from
is.
where
Though.
we come from
It's a
where
fact.
other people come from.
It's not my feelings. It's a fact.
Because I know a bunch of men who don't care. As long as their women bring home the money, go and do what you got to do to get that money. I don't care.
That's
You're
what
still
you
coming.
say, but
I know
it gets
people
to
like that.
the
I'm telling
dynamic
you,
of
I
the
know
woman
people
having
like
the
that.
money, right?
Yeah, I don't care.
When the woman has the money, the woman has the power in the relationship, and she would monkey branch to another relationship easy, and the man will not have any power, and the woman will not respect him because a woman does not respect a man who doesn't make more money than her.
Unless he's cute.
That's not true.
Unless he's 6 foot tall,
That's
10
not
inches,
true.
and has a 10-inch cock. It is.
That's
It is
not true.
Yes, there are cases on the side that it works, right? But for the majority of people in America, the statistics show that.
He has a point.
I was looking at Nancy's
No, I need a pee, but I don't know if this
I'm
is the
troll.
precise moment
I'm
to
the
try to
troll,
risk
but I
it.
have
Go ahead.
conversations
I'll
with
keep
people,
it
and I can
calm. I'll
actually
keep it
listen
calm,
to your
Jeff.
conversation and I can respond to it. But you're over here looking at some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm
but
not
I'm
even
the
listening
trickster.
to you.
I'm the one who brings the fucking heat. I'm the one who brings the content
See,
everywhere I go.
Moose, you see how right, I relate to you right now. I get that rise in emotion. That is normal when there's bullshit happening. That's what I react to. This is good to see.
I'm the greater chaos agent. Let me be clear.
I feel calm around you, Hank. When you're here,
I
I feel
think
like
that Snaps
grounded
is
and
a
normal.
great
I'm the
chaos.
eye of the storm, Jeff.
Tommy
Yes,
is chaos
yes.
agent.
Yeah, oh man, I get it, Moose.
I'm the fucking best thing that most people have on this fucking YouTube platform to get their channel, get some drama mixed up, get something going, because I'll jump on the grenade for people. Like, I literally will talk behind the scenes and be like, hey, Paul, like, me and you, we gotta go hard at each other, and I want you to go hard at me as hard as you can. I want you to break me, like, mentally. I want you to, like, get at me and talk shit to me like nobody else has ever done.
What kind
And
of
then what happens-
S&M shit are you into, Moose?
It's not about that. You know why I take jujitsu? I take jujitsu to get stronger, like physically, right?
No, you like being strangled. You like being
Nah,
strangled.
man, it's not about that.
Yeah.
You could say that, but you know what? Like, anybody who doesn't do martial arts, anyone who's not, built, like, or trying to get built or physically fit in some way, like, why would you waste your time with them? They don't give a shit about their body. They're not going to give a shit about yours either.
Don't even know what you're saying right now.
That's
I like
you're
to choke
lost.
my
You're
girl to
always
choke me.
lost.
Look at Ken.
I've
You're
heard
gonna
that
turn
about
it
martial
around,
arts
and you're gonna
before.
be like, hey, oh, Moose is the trickster. Moose is the problem. Moose is the problem. It's like, no, you can't fucking listen. That's your problem.
It's not Moose, it's Hank. I'm the problem.
Well, it
You
is
know it and I
easier
know
to
it.
have someone else be the problem instead of you, instead of, a random person having to take accountability for their own self.
Yeah, but how many times do I walk in a room and start pointing fingers? It's fucking the bitch thing to do.
Yeah, well, I'm the problem.
I
If you
don't know
haven't
if y'all
realized
know
that,
this,
you're
but I
just
think
a sucker.
we just missed Ken's fetish. Is that's your
Well,
that
it's
explains a
of
lot,
information.
actually.
Ken, Yeah, wild.
Show us those guns, Ken.
The other guns. You can't
Cynthia's
talk right
not
now.
married.
I'm gonna have a fear of commitments.
You do?
Yep.
What's the
Shit,
fear?
you can't listen for 2
Like being
minutes. Like,
stuck?
who's gonna marry
Yeah,
you?
being stuck and like I have to pay attention to somebody else instead of just myself.
Oh yeah. Sometimes if it's the right person, the collaboration can actually enhance both of yours. Like what you
But
bring
remember,
to it.
I've only lived by myself for not even 2 years yet in my whole entire life. Like I went from home. I moved out when I was 15. I moved in with roommates. I got pregnant. When I left there, I had my baby, and then I always had kids. And my youngest just left home a little over a year ago. So this is my first time ever living on my own.
Buy some more
Oh,
kids.
okay.
I mean,
I don't even
well,
like kids. I don't like kids. I can't believe I had 2.
Well, there's adult children you can raise, like Toilet Boy Earth. He probably needs a home with JG.
Oh, JG is the biggest dumbass of them all.
Who's
Hey, just so
JG?
you know, I'm
Hey,
having
Denizen,
Snap
by the way.
strike your channel tonight,
Yo.
Cynthia. Thank you.
For what?
For nothing. For nothing. That's the thing. That should always be the response. Everybody.
I mean, what's the
scared.
violation
Like,
that you're gonna hit me with? I'm curious.
that's what everybody's reaction should be when he comes like, I'm gonna come strike the channel.
That's
Go,
my
strike
reaction.
me,
Like
go.
strike it.
Like,
Bring it on!
They're like,
I'll
Yeah,
get the
like what
email.
are you gonna
that's
get?
fucked up. Why would you strike my channel?
I don't-
That's like a dude standing outside the police office going, hey, there's a crime on 5th Street. There's a crime on 5th Street. Nobody gives a fuck.
And even if you do strike my channel, the video's still going to
Is
be
that
up
where
on
the black people
X.
live?
Yes. And Martin Luther King Street. So,
MLK,
yeah.
yep, I know about that one.
Yeah.
Ken, what's your question? I'm scared to ask it, but go ahead. What's your question? Oh, he's gonna type it. Okay.
Yeah, because he comes live on stream when he can't talk because his mom is asleep.
Oh,
So,
okay. Well, that's nice that
one
you.
of his little quirks.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna risk going to empty my bladder right now, so I'm trusting
Okay.
all of you. I'll be right back.
Yes.
Porn bomb.
Oh, I'm 52.
All right, Cynthia.
Wait,
it's
I
time
think
we
I'm
start.
I'm not
Shut
sharing.
up, girl.
I'm 52 or 3. I forget.
Interesting.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I had a stream in parallel with Moose's stream, and I had pretty much we were watching the Flat Earth debate between Santos and Fight the Flat Earth, and I had all the big truthers there, including Officer Snaps himself. And I just sent it because I couldn't figure out how to restream, otherwise I'd still be on. Because the mic and neutral stuff. It's hilarious.
Dr. Head, who told me off? Oh, thank you, Ken. I drink a lot of water. Who told me off? So many people tell me off. I forget.
Oh, I got so lit right there. I told you off. I was like, I feel like I
Yeah.
won that debate. Like,
Yeah, you did.
I'm leaving here. Your channel's struck, dude. It's done.
I'm so scared. Please don't do it, Moose. Whatever will I do without my YouTube channel? How will I survive?
Yeah,
Man,
like
but-
YouTube channels are so expensive these days. It's not like
Yes.
you just
How will I make it? How will my dogs live? What will happen to me and mine if you do this?
yes. Cynthia will have to shoot all her dogs.
You want me
With
to
fucking
live
YouTube
under
channel.
the
Dude,
bridge?
that's fucked up. Don't say that. That ain't right.
What will I do? However will I survive?
Yeah, don't be shooting the dogs. That ain't right.
Yeah, my
Porn
dogs
bomb.
don't get their gourmet food anymore. What's gonna happen?
Hey, get your pussy off the screen, bro.
My bad.
Is it
What do I
Angie?
do for a living? I be awesome. Wake up awesome every single day. Hi, Dennison. Oh,
Hey.
Gotta love that life. Gotta love
Hey,
that
girl.
life.
Dennison. What did you think about the stream last night between Joe Cool and GS on iFi's?
I don't know GS, so this is and Joe and I are good friends, so this is biased.
Mm-hmm.
But it seemed like GS was being a little bitch.
Last night.
Well, he's doing an apology show today, I think.
So
I must have missed it. To me, he hardly talked.
So GS, I have like I haven't had a chance to be around him much. I've only been around him a small amount of
He's
time.
new. He's new to Christianity.
Definitely, but he's
okay.
angry. He's very angry, and I wonder if that is a form of post-traumatic stress. Like when we,
Yeah, men get anger is normal for men. That's a male emotion.
I think
But
he served
it's
3
And the
terms.
female emotion.
Yeah, you're right.
What'd you say, Chuck?
I think he served 3 tours over in Afghanistan, Iraq.
Yeah. See, so I kind of
I'm not
give
making
him
excuses for
leniency
him.
for that anger.
Well, he's a warrior. Like maybe that's
Yeah, he's
just
probably
not your
in combat
personality
mode.
type. to hang
Yeah.
around.
So, but I think Base is good for him. As much as, I give Base a hard time. He's good for GS because he balances GS out. Even though Base isn't what he calls himself a Christian.
Do you
He
know
does
what?
balance.
Do you know what religion Face is?
I thought he was
He's not a Christian.
Cultural Christianity.
Abraham
thought he was
is a
agnostic.
theist.
He believes in like God is the universe or something.
What is he, Chuck? Is he Muslim?
Yeah.
No, he's not. Are you serious?
That's not what he said on the stream last night.
And why do you say that, Chuck?
He told me
Oh,
he
you're
was
breaking
Muslim.
out, buddy.
See, Chuck's my puppet, and I make him say whatever I want. So
You're breaking up. Thank you, Ken. Ken, you could be my son. And well, I'm not looking for another child. Based and Cynthia are funny.
No,
together.
don't tell him that. Oh my God, y'all do that.
We
to him
are
and
funny
Noel.
together. We have a weird little back and forth banter going on.
That
And
God
that's mom-
told me to shut up.
Do what? Y'all are being weird. Hell no, I don't want another child. What? Those little boogers take over your life forever. Why did Chuck leave?
Probably his connection.
Oh.
he has cable now. He got like 2 weeks
Well,
ago.
his connection was going out. We could hear.
Oh, okay. And
No, I didn't want another child. Ugh.
well, I didn't need a puppet anyways. I could speak for myself. I don't need him to be funny.
Are you straight? I had talked about going over to yours, but I guess you're finished.
Yeah, pretty much. I couldn't figure out how to get both of those StreamYards to work, so I just went ahead and ended mine at 4:20 and stuff. So I could watch the rest of the debate later. But people were getting bored with so yeah, it just dropped off, so it's time to end it.
Are we watching Survivor tonight, Jeff?
We can.
Yeah, we're watching TV.
I think it's the finale.
Is this still like new episodes?
We're watching the Australian seasons, like some of the older seasons from Australia, but it's really the best. Australia does it better than any of the other countries, I think.
Cynthia, no, love you more. I have Discord if you want to add me. Oh, okay. We watch movies every night in Discord. Oh,
okay.
All right, Chuck.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, it had that happen to me. The signal drops off. Dead sounds everywhere.
Well, are you saying you want to wind it down and head to the? I haven't heard from the gang today, so. But
No, I was just. Can you go ahead?
Yes, Cynthia. Tommy wasn't a bro when he was ending his stream. He didn't. When I saw it in mine, he didn't want to promote mine, so he wasn't a bro. I just want you to know that.
Tommy's not a pro.
Bro, he's not a brother. He wouldn't put my link in linked my stream in the chat when he was ending his stream. So I just wanted you to know that, so you could talk to him when you HR lady him the next time.
I sure will.
Yes.
Oh, I have a bone to pick with him as soon as I find him.
With
I don't
Tommy?
understand how he had
Can
fight
one
night.
pick bones with Tommy?
Yeah, I don't understand how he had fight night and then kicked me off of fight night. Like, I thought it was fight night. And I don't understand why he kicked me off.
Oh, it's very simple. He has a
You won the
complex.
fight.
Yeah, you won the fight. You won the fight, and he has a complex. So when he gets dominated, he reads out. I guess it's possible that we had the same complex, but the thing is, I'm so much stronger than Tommy. I don't get dominated all that often.
Yeah, you
So,
don't have to suffer from the re as often.
Yes, because I can go up against 5 people at the same time, and I think they're at a disadvantage.
Ken, drop your link and I'll subscribe to your channel. So the next time you go live, I can see you. I'll see you.
Yeah, when are you going live, Ken? Do you want to announce it or promote it?
Put it in the chat. Yeah, Dennison, last night I felt like GS was kind of making that personal and was being unfair to Joe. But I did like the way that Joe handled it, because he has definitely, he didn't get so angry or anything. So it was a
Can you
good
refresh my
interaction.
memory of the conversation?
Last night with iFight, Joe was saying that how did he say it, Dennison? Like something like he doesn't like it when people, pick on other people. And
oh, is it about the gatekeeping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And GS
was
was
so
upset
silly. Some of that
he
was
felt like people had been mean to him and nobody tried to defend him, which on YouTube, you have to understand people aren't going to defend you. People want to see the disagreements, and they want to see how you handle yourself. No matter who you are, male, female, young, old, whatever your faith belief is, people on the internet like to see that type of interaction.
Yeah, but I personally hate gatekeepers too. I told Chris like 3 times. Last time was on The Machine Lies. I don't like gatekeepers. I don't either. Yeah, I'm like
that's common with neurodivergence, because we get gatekept a lot. We're the ones that they're gatekeeping.
Yeah, we're outside the gate anyway, so we're gonna just go ahead, knock that gate down. I don't give a crap about the gate.
So go ahead, Dennison.
So, like, the thing is, I know I can't expect Joe to defend me everywhere all the time.
Right.
Even though we're pretty good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because I'm a very controversial individual. And much like Joe, I go wherever I want and I say whatever I want.
Mm-hmm.
So, GS strikes me as that kind of person, which I appreciate. But then he has to, readjust his boundaries and expectations accordingly, I think. He can't... Joe is not going to take sides. He will defend the truth. So if the truth is on your side, then...
But it seemed like he was for base last night.
Yeah, well,
Joe
Cool,
GS anyway.
Joe Cool is a Machiavellian like I am. He will always take his own side.
And he's high as fuck.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He's high as fuck. But yeah, he will always take his own side. So if you agree with him, well, he'll guard you. If you don't, he'll go at you.
So was GS onto something a little bit there? He was picking up on something?
Well, I think maybe, and again, see, this is all unfair to GS because I don't know him. But I think maybe he has a moral code, which is more...
Dan, just 1 sec. Can you take this in private chat? I don't want my whole comment section to be you hitting on Cynthia.
Ken, honey, you really are.
She can see it if you type it in private. She can still see it there. Okay, Dan, go ahead.
Hey, Frank, we're watching TV tonight, right, Frank? I promise, Ken, you really are too young for me.
Cynthia's like the hottest chick on YouTube right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just the funniest. Well, a funny one. But I'm definitely not. But I'm sorry, I derailed the conversation.
Well, I had stopped it to talk about Ken, but go ahead, Denizen.
I think maybe GS might have a more rigid moral code, right? Which is like maybe he feels it's his responsibility to defend his friends and vice versa. And I don't think that's the way Joe thinks. Joe thinks like everyone's a hypocrite. Everybody makes mistakes. Everyone's at fault. You know.
The other day when I was talking to Margot, she talked about people being it started with an R, but resistant. Like they're just naturally resistant people. It's nothing to do with the person they're talking to. They just naturally take that opposite side. And when she said that, I thought about Joe Cole. Like it's just his first reaction to argue.
Chris had some of that. He would talk about it
once
on
you get
stream.
past that, like once you let them get that out for a second and you get past that hump, there's great conversation to be had. But with GS, I'm not so sure you get past that hump of being defiant or resistant or rebellious.
For me, it's like attention to detail meets reverence for the truth. And I've had to let it go a lot. You kind of pick your battles type of thing. Because it'd just be in my nature just to point out inconsistencies and not mean anything by it, you know? Especially because from my point of view, I'm a liar, I'm a hypocrite. As a Christian would put it, I'm a sinner. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not perfect. So there's not a lot of judgment in my criticism, you know? But to the person listening, that's not how it comes across, right? It comes across as you think you're better than them, you know?
Right.
But that's their shit. Like, you're not responsible for that. Like, you should just be able to say your stuff, and however they react based on whatever they got going on in their head. It's not anything you can predict or anticipate.
What's Ken grinning at?
Just being Ken. Just
he's yeah. Ken, in fact, Ken, we're having a different conversation today, and I think it's not compatible. We can't do you and the conversation at the same time. So I'm gonna put you in the back today, so we can have our conversation. It's just
I'm
not
gonna
that
put
type
baby
of
in the
panel
corner.
today. It's not gonna work.
Bye,
But
Ken.
Try again another time.
Yeah, Straight Stuff grosses Jeff out. I apologize.
What?
Straight Stuff.
It's nothing to do with Straight Stuff. Me and Denizen and Cynthia are on a very particular conversational wavelength, and Ken is in his own little world talking about his relationship, and it's not jibing with the conversation we're having. It has nothing to do with my feelings about heterosexuality at all.
And see, this is an example.
This is panel
of how
facilitation, pure and simple.
This is an example of how I feel about Brown's boy and other people like him. A moose would be a trickster. Whenever we're having great conversations, somehow it just turns it. And it's like, it's not that I don't like you. It's not that I don't want you around. It's just that in this moment, your puzzle piece isn't fitting for the puzzle I'm trying to put together at this moment.
Exactly.
And I never know how to be nice about it.
But with Brown's boy, to me, he does add. It took me a while to know how to understand it, but once I got him, he does add. Now when he comes on, I'm excited. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to hear what Lanza has to say about this.
Yeah. And I'm crazy on my panel. I can drive with just my force of will, so I don't do as much moderation. I guess it's just strange. I still need to feel that out, see how that works.
Yeah, it's all. This is all experimental and
yes.
Process. No, you're fine, Ken.
No, Ken.
We were. You walked into a conversation that was happening before you got here. It's no big deal. I might do another stream tonight. That might be more of an open panel. So I still appreciate you.
But yeah, but it was good seeing you up there last night, Gen X Jeff. And I like when you realized that you and Base were more similar than not.
Well, maybe me and I fight too somehow.
If you watch Brown's Boy, I don't care what panel he goes to, he always tries to come in with some lighthearted jokes, humor,
Yeah, yeah,
as he perceives them.
Oh,
yeah. I think mostly he's just trying to be funny.
Yeah.
I appreciate his humor.
Now he will get serious at times, but most of the time when he first comes into a panel, he tries to cut the ice with some humor.
I got kicked from a panel the other day because I said fat chicks are
Oh,
grateful.
you're coming in low.
What happened?
My broken?
Oh,
There you go. There you go.
I got kicked from a panel the other day because I said fat chicks are grateful.
What
Fact-
panel?
How dare you? How dare
Okay,
you,
Ken,
sir?
I'm gonna take you out, but it's fine.
What
It's
panel?
all right. Meant to
what do
the
you
other
mean fat
direction.
chicks are grateful? What does that mean?
Like,
Uh-huh.
Like,
Fat
and why
chick-
did they get mad at you for saying that?
Was you
I
in
don't
that fat room?
I don't think they got mad at me for saying that. I think they don't like me, and then there was like a rule set up that I was not told about, and so it was used deliberately to get rid of me
I don't
with a
go panels with
justification.
rules. What
You know what I mean?
channel was it? So I'll know to stay away.
It was
Jack.
a channel called Muckster.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay. I don't know.
Well, I can teach you how to get kicked off. Just follow me to Talcott's.
Oh my god! I can't believe y'all still
All
go over there.
All I got to do is show up and he gets mad.
I can't believe y'all still go over there.
I know that was my
I
reaction.
don't.
Cynthia.
I ain't
It's
been
either
over, I went over
sadism
there
or
once.
masochism.
It's like, what are y'all like? How
I
bored
like
are
talking to
y'all?
Jack.
You what?
I like talking to Jack. I agree with his
I
premise
do
too.
too. Jack and I have great conversations.
But Jack doesn't believe it.
I think he does.
No, he's got ulterior motives.
you don't know what's in his head and heart. I
Yes, I
kind of
do.
believe
Yes,
Jack.
I
is
do.
Actually,
kind of-
he made a good case for this the other day.
I'm
He said
certified.
it was about him trying to reunite with his son.
Yep, and his job.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
if
those are
that could,
powerful
if that's his
motivators.
primary motivator, it is a bit misleading what he does.
But that's
But,
what it is. The many conversations I've had
But
with
so
him, that's
what?
what
That's
it
the
boils
powerful
down
motivator. To me, that makes it make sense even more.
Well, yeah, it doesn't make him a bad person.
I didn't say he was a bad person. I like Jack.
Right.
I don't like the anger that Jack
Oh,
has, and when he starts to
But that's normal for men. I get like that too. So when I hear that you don't like Talcott's anger, I'm like, well, she's not gonna like my anger either.
no, because your anger could come with a reason. Like if you get angry, I would kind of see
Jax
you.
does too,
No,
and he
it
recovers from it faster
No.
than I do.
No, his anger doesn't. His anger is imagined in his head. You can be trying to have the greatest conversation with him, and he will take one thing and misinterpret it and flip it to something else to make you.
Yeah, but the reaction he's having to whatever interpretation he's having is a legitimate reaction. I don't see anything strange about his anger when I see
The
it.
last time I was seeing the show, Margot was up there. She told him, Jack, I'm in whatever town they're in.
Spokane.
And she says, Jack, give me a synopsis or a one-page letter, something of what you want to talk to these people about, and I will get it to them. He blew his top because she wouldn't write it.
Which is not a
That's
reason.
not
to
exactly
get
how I
angry.
remember it.
And she was not poking him, prodding him, but he blew up.
Oh, Margot. Oh, I'm sorry. Margot comes with all kind of hostility
That
and
is
animosity
so
to Jack.
bizarre to
Not
me.
that
I
day,
noticed
not
that the
that
day
day.
she showed up on. I didn't even know her, and I'm like, whoever this lady is, she really hates Jack. There's something. There's some history there.
Yeah,
This
you
is a
want to know?
scorned, bitter woman.
No, it's same reason with me, Jeff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not the only one that's picked up on it either.
It's bizarre how
Margot is
everybody-
darkness. I'm telling y'all.
It's weird how
see-
everybody says that about Margot, and I thought for sure I was going to be the person that people dislike. the
Uh-oh.
most.
You and
No, and it
Margot are
really
still
bothers
friends,
me that
aren't
she
you?
works with autistic kids,
Do what, Chuck?
especially when I see how she is with Noelle.
You guys are still friends, aren't you?
Yeah.
Cynthia? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Why do you say
Sorry,
that?
I misunderstood what you just said. That's all. That's why I asked.
No, it just amazes me how out of us two, whenever I say Margot and I are doing something, they're like, Margot. And I'm all like, that's bizarre. I thought for sure I was going to be the one.
Margot has the bullshit filters just like I do from being around the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous.
I'm not
But she's
as
full of
impressed with her
shit,
as I am
though.
with you.
She is
I'm sorry.
utterly full of shit, though.
What'd you say, Jeff?
I said I'm not as impressed with her as I am with you. Like
They did not.
you walk the walk. Like I get.
I do my damnedest. That's for sure.
Like you have a credibility with me that you can back up that I have not seen from Marco. She's
I'm only
manipulative.
here
She
to
plays
say that.
games. She bullshit. She's just a
Now,
mess.
that day, Jack did say he saw me down in chat and he started to badmouth me. And then he says, what I don't understand is these people that are telling me they got high regard for Chuck. I don't understand it, he said. And I about fell over.
Wait, say that again.
Jack said, these people are coming to me and they got such high regard for Chuck, and I don't understand it.
That's been my experience.
The thing with you and him runs very deep. It's related to both of you being former alcoholics, and it's not ever going to get resolved. Like we tried to peel that back one day on my channel, and it's going to take a therapist.
Yep.
I never
So
realized.
I think the more that people can just acknowledge that and kind of just leave it alone and just try to coexist, the better.
Yeah.
Well, I've been leaving him alone.
Yeah,
like
I try not to until he kicked me and banned me just because I showed up.
Yeah, but he does that. Like, why are you shocked? That's what he does all the time. It's like Coyote and Roadrunner. I went to Telcuts and he banned me. And then, like, 3 months later, I went to Telcuts and he banned me. Can you believe that?
I was hoping for a miracle, Jeff. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess that's what I'm reacting to.
Yeah, I'm hoping for one.
Weird, unrealistic hope. Hi, Witchy. Welcome to the panel with the gay autistic Satanist on it.
Is this your first time at Jeff's panel, Witchy?
Well, welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Talcott, he's coming on in 10 minutes.
Boring.
Yep. I'm about to get naked here.
I only like going to you Jeff, on your panel, Flows. I like to go up to Tommy's and fight with him.
I don't go to panels I don't like. Like, you've watched me leave.
Yeah.
How many panels have y'all watched me leave in the past 2 weeks?
bunch.
I just don't go on panels that I don't have a good experience on. That seems like masochism to me. And I'm an actual sadomasochist that I don't even do it.
Same.
You're a sensitive sadomasochist.
Streaming.
It was a joke. It was a joke. Don't get mad. It was a joke.
Oh, no, I'm not mad. I mean, I am sensitive about some things.
They got real quiet.
A lot of people on here are.
Damn, I'm about to take my clothes off, though. It's hot.
It is. Are you on triple digits yet?
What's that?
Are y'all on triple digits yet?
Yeah, we've been over 100. And my air conditioner's been running both of them been running nonstop.
Yeah, we just hit 100 today.
We've had about a week of hundreds.
Dude, I want to put up black curtains, and I hate that because I hate sitting in the dark. But I have a 1-bedroom, very small apartment, and last year my electricity at this time was $350.
Oh,
damn!
I know.
Square feet? How many square feet?
I think it's like 7 something. It's not big at all.
That's too much.
Exactly. And like,
there might be something wrong with the unit too.
342. Like, I just paid it today.
That's what we paid in Vegas to heat a 2-story 4-bedroom house.
Exactly. But see, I'm like, I have full windows. I have a full window here. I have a full windows everywhere. and my
Are
whole
they tinted?
entire no.
You
And
can
I
paint
keep
them
them
with lead
open for my
paint.
plants, and I keep them open for my plants. But this year, I'm thinking I'm gonna close everything, put up the blackout curtains, and keep my apartment dark. But it sucks.
You're gonna kill your plants
But so
unless
now
you got.
I bought fake plant lights, and so now I'm just gonna keep all these lights on during the day, which hopefully won't be.
You realize how much heat those things put out?
See, that's what I was afraid of. So then I was looking at fans. So I have like my box fans, and I have little fans
That
set
doesn't
up.
do anything.
So then I was also looking at the fans where you can put in the ice, and they're like
There
the
you go.
So do those actually work? People told me don't
Yeah,
waste time.
it's a lot of maintenance, but it works.
It
My
does.
grandpa had an air conditioner. You put ice in it.
So I was looking at Home Depot a couple of days ago at them, and I wasn't really sure. But since we hit 100 today, I need to figure it out this weekend.
Why
And I've already started putting up the blackout curtains. But I love looking outside. Like, I'm a nature person. Like, when I work, I can just look out my window. I can see the sky. I can see the sunset. I can see all the trees, the flowers. So
Window tint makes a hell of a difference.
okay, will the window tint affect the light for the plants?
Yeah, you'll need to put them outside for a few hours.
Okay.
If you're in Texas, you should be able to leave the plants out from 6 a.m. to 11 before they get too hot. You know, because it doesn't get hot in Texas till 2, you know?
Right.
1 or 2.
And see, I have this side of my apartment is full morning sun, bright, just comes all the way in.
See, you could even leave that one untinted.
Will the plants have an issue with going from the AC to the outside? I know one year I brought them in, and that was an issue.
They get a little shocked.
Yeah. If it's a
So
big change.
yeah, because in my
But
apartment,
if it's morning time, right?
Right.
It shouldn't
Oh,
be
it
that
shouldn't
big of
be
a
that
change.
bad. Okay. Dang, y'all, I got like
Yeah, we usually hit 100 around noon here.
yeah, we're up there today. Let me see.
Normally it's 2 o'clock before it gets hot, but about noon it starts cooking.
Yeah, we're not going to get over 101 this week, but it's a
Witchy's an expert at plants.
Who?
Witchy Mishy.
Yeah, my dad had a green thumb. He
You
could
have
take
to
it.
art
You
in
can
your
come up if
plant.
you want and join the conversation.
1 hour, just day, full sun.
Oh, yeah, I
to
forgot to
the
put
next-
the links, I think. Hold on.
Oh, okay. That's pretty smart, Witchy. Thank you.
My dad could take a dead plant, bring it back to life. I can
I've
take a
done it
live
too.
plant and put it to death.
Bring transition.
I just redid my
to the
plants
afterlife.
yesterday, and so okay.
I got a bobcat I got to deal with here.
Wait,
in a
what are
few
you
days.
doing with the bobcat?
He's the one that ate all my chickens.
Moose was dealing with some deers.
About 3 weeks ago.
Grab me a pair of antlers while you're at it. They ate your chickens?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I remember that. What are you gonna do to it?
Smith and Wesson.
Poor cat.
It's not a fox. It's a bobcat.
Yeah. Well, what do you do after that? Do you
dispose of him?
Mount it?
Mount it.
Does
I'm
this
not a
take-
necrophilia. I'm not into necrophilia.
No.
I'm just kidding, Jeff. I'm being
Lord Satan, help these people.
I'm being facetious. No, I just dispose of him. I don't. My kid would freak out if I put a taxidermy up.
Oh, because people do bobcats, don't they? I've seen bobcats before.
Yeah, but my kid wouldn't like it.
Oh, do y'all have like ducks or geese or anything like that?
I just bought 9 chicks and 7 ducklings. They're babies.
No, I meant like to hang on your wall.
Oh,
Or
no,
like a
no,
fish.
no.
Oh, okay.
He won't. My son won't go for that.
All right.
We went to a restaurant. I forget which one, but it had all the different heads up on the wall. It was a steakhouse.
Oh,
He
yeah.
did. Yeah, he did not like that.
Oh.
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 Oh, when he said I've never eaten cat, I was thinking of something else. My bad.
I don't know about that. He leaves that so ambiguous.
Cynthia, if you eaten Chinese,
Yes. Don't tell me.
Yeah. Where I used to live up by St. Louis, there was a guy that used to sell his goods to the Chinese till he got busted by the cops.
Oh my god.
Is that urban legends? I hear that even our little town had a story like that.
That was true because the cops busted them and the guy supplying the kitty cats. He told them they were rabbits because he'd clean them and dress them and tell them they were rabbits.
Oh my gosh.
Truth. Back in the 70s, early 70s.
Oh my gosh.
Meow. Now, if I could catch enough bobcats, I could make me a costume.
Yeah, we don't have bobcats in the city. Like when they start tearing down fields and stuff around here, the bobcats will start running around the businesses.
Their habitat.
The alligators and coyotes do that at home.
And then coyotes. A coyote came up to us last year at the dog park, and I thought it was a real pretty dog that I wanted.
It was a mandingo.
They said it in back home. They're like going into residential neighborhoods and eat people's cats. They like just take them off the porch or out of people's yards.
Yeah, because I had my dog in the dog park, and I was sitting outside of the dog park, and it came up to me. I was like, "Oh, look, you're such a pretty dog. Where did you come from?" And turned
we
out
used to have a canal system there where I lived with big dam berms on each side of the canal, so it wouldn't flood. But you could ride your bikes across the top of they had a road up there for bike riding. And I'm talking residential area, and we saw a black panther, and when we called the cops, they thought we were like on some bad drugs or something. Then after they got enough reports, they sent someone out there, and bigger crap, somebody had released their black panther into the wild.
I know people that have wild animals like that, and they've released it too into the wild.
They get tired of taking care of them. Yep.
Like I know one guy that has a miniature zoo at his house.
Like Dr. Doolittle house. Yeah, I had a friend like that too growing up. They had every animal you could imagine.
And his mom that's all she does. He moved his mom in with them so she could take care of all the animals.
Yeah, they had a big giant parrot in their kitchen. They had a pet pig in the bathroom. When you'd go pee, you'd have to
Lord.
be careful not to let the pig out or something. And
was it a pot? Was it a regular
snake,
pig
they had
or
a turtle?
pot
They
belly?
had some birds, cats, dogs,
everything
but a horse.
Snakes. He's got monkeys. He has monkeys.
I think they did have a monkey at one point. But it was like it was like Dr. Doolittle. I'm not kidding. You walk into their house and there's 18 animals around you.
My brother-in-law had a bunch of those. What's some birds? Macaws.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
They squawk. Oh my god. They loud. He had like 3 or 4 of them. And that's all they did was squawk. He paid big money for them suckers too.
Yeah, this guy, he got remember who was the guy not Lion King? Who was the guy that was running around and he was crazy? He had all the tigers, or was it the tigers? And he didn't like the lady, and they made a huge documentary about
Tiger King.
Tiger King.
Oh, Tiger! I was thinking about him the other day. Yeah, Joe.
That's where he got his tigers from. Were from Tiger King.
Who?
My friend.
We should watch it. Cynthia, the Discord.
Oh, we should.
You never see Tiger King? It's that documentary they did.
There was no payoff for me. Like everybody was saying how great it was, and I watched the whole thing with anticipation. But I never got the payoff. I was
Yeah,
just
there
like,
really
that
wasn't.
was.
It's just like it's kind of like the panelverse. It's getting sucked into these trashy people's lives.
Yeah, but so Tiger King isn't far from us. Like he's out here. Like, well, he was, and that's where he bought his animal.
Is he dead or in prison?
He's in prison, and he thought Trump might let him out, so they made a big deal about his release day, and Trump never did pardon him.
And he's mad at what's her name? Nancy. Is that her name?
Pelosi?
No, the lady.
Carol Baskin?
No, Carol. Yeah.
Didn't she get her own show, or did they do a
Yeah, he's
spinoff
pissed
with
at
her?
Carol. Fuck Carol.
It was self-indulgent. It's one of those. Sometimes you just in the mood for like National Enquirer level.
What did he go to prison for?
Oh yeah, Dance Moms was in line even for me. I couldn't.
Julian Assange landed on United States territory.
Oh, he's back? I saw that
No,
he did that plea deal.
He's overseas. He landed on they didn't bring him to the States. Damn it, where'd they take him?
Saipan?
I'm trying to remember. It's a little island somewhere.
That's the United States, though.
Well,
Is it a
yeah,
territory,
but not proper, not the lower 48. I don't know why they didn't bring him to the lower 48. I guess that was the closest U.S. territory. He's getting a plea deal of some sort.
Yeah, if you're Assange, you probably want them to agree to that before you come close to DC.
I'm telling you.
All right, I'm gonna jump off. It's almost time for me to cook for my dogs, and then I am going to cook for myself, and then I will see you later tonight in Discord, Jeff.
Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. Bye, Jeff, Chuck, and Dennison. Good talking to you, and I'll see y'all later.
Miss
And thank you,
Cynthia,
Witchy,
have a
for
good
the
one.
advice. I'm gonna do that with the plants.
Peace.
All right. Y'all want to just wipe it up?
Wipe it up? Wipe it up there, Dennis.
Yeah, y'all want to wipe it up now that it's just 3 of us here. 3 guys. Let's go wipe it up. Or we could ife it up if he's stream. Wasn't he doing his like funeral, going off into the woods again stream?
Again? He got his feelings hurt again?
Hi-Fi?
Well, when Dave Smith collapsed Conservatoria, which Dave Smith probably didn't even realize he was involved in it, I think that kind of took a blow to his hopes.
He says he's not going to argue politics anymore. He's only going to argue
doing
religion.
great in the panelverse, though. I'm so impressed with how far he's come from like a year ago. I don't think he should give it up. I don't think he will give it up.
Well, I mean, they're the same thing. Religion and politics are the same thing.
You could say that, that's for sure.
And I only get caught arguing things when people get offended by my opinion and then start to debate me because I'm over the debate shit myself.
Yeah.
You don't want to. You just want to express your opinion
and learn from others.
I figured out your approach.
Just tell them that because I don't always know. Sometimes I think that it's the
and I get caught up in it too, right? Like I forget sometimes.
Yeah.
So then part of you does want that.
No, it's just no. It's just defensiveness.
Oh.
It's just ego.
I mean, that's normal. That's why today I don't know why they were making such a big deal about defensiveness because everybody.
No, Nudie pisses me off when he does that shit. Like,
yeah, because it's gaslighting. That is an abuser tactic. I'll tell you. That's
yeah. And then he'll put you backstage because he can. On other panels, he doesn't. Nudie.
Nude Guru.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's done it to me.
Tried.
Oh,
I
okay.
tried.
So then my instinct
many times he's done it to me many times, and I wasn't upset. You know, like you were, noticeably.
Well, he was gaslighting.
Yeah,
They were totally projecting and gaslighting.
Like people say, defensiveness is like a bad thing. Like it says something about you. It's like no, it says that you're attacking me.
Yeah,
so I could see you being like justifiably defensive. He's put me backstage when I'm not even doing that. Like, same thing with Muck. I asked him what rule it was I broke. and how was I supposed to adhere to
That's
it?
stupid. How?
And
There's
he
no
and
panel
and
rules.
and he didn't have an answer. So I said, well, that seems kind of arbitrary, and then I got kicked. Same exact thing happened at Nudies. I was like,
Well,
don't do what, Nudie? And it's like he can't elaborate on it. And I'm like, well, that seems arbitrary. Boom, backstage.
the last few times in the past when I was at Jack's, just in the chat, and Nudie's preaching all this love and peace, but then he's the first one to tell Jack to start kicking folk.
Yeah, that's what he seemed like crypto authoritarian.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say this. I can spot him. I can smell him.
You can smell them.
Yes.
Sick them, Jeff. Get them. Rip their heads off.
Oh, I did get them until they muted me. That would show me when they had to escalate to shutting my voice down. That's the only way they could have me on the panel. That's where I knew
What channel was that?
that it had reached an end. Rights for Vets.
Oh, yep. I've been booted from there myself.
It was Rights for Vets, Nude Guru, and some guy named Reggie FS. But I don't think he was. I don't think that Reggie guy was involved. I don't think he was at the screen.
Nude is.
It was Nude and Rights for Vets. That's the two.
Yep. They're yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to jump off. I got to go cook dinner.
Okay,
for
yeah,
everybody.
show yourself out. I do.
Show
Colt.
myself
Sometimes
out.
I do. Like I'll talk to him a little bit and say if you keep, like Ken today, I asked him to take his conversation in the back, etc. And so I'll give them little opportunities, or I'll make attempts to communicate what the issue is. But sometimes also when I'm reading the situation, I know that it's sometimes it's futile to even try that, so I'll just do the backstage thing. I'm reading each situation as it shows up, and I'm making individual judgment calls. So it's not always going to be perfect, but I'm trying to be consistent. All right, Dennis, what you got going? Are you streaming today or something?
I'm just gonna restream any of the panels that I'm on.
Okay. Well, I'll keep here. Let me put your channel. I'll keep an eye out for that. I might even do another later. I think we're gonna go hang out in the Discord. All right, here's Denizen's channel. He's pretty good about streaming interesting channels from other people, so you can check him out. And
I might get into doing streams again. We'll have to see. I don't know that I'll be doing open panels ever again, though.
Oh, did you have bad experience?
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is.
You shutting her down?
I
Survivor
can,
time?
unless you want to talk about something?
Sure, I don't have anything in particular, but... Oh, you said you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, about
That's
that
why I
men's
came here
thing
yesterday.
that Moose and I are trying to do. We think you'd be perfect for it. We want to put together two groups. One's going to be an actual group that we do off stream, and then we want another group that kind of on stream for men that want to have specific conversations and about topics and accountability. Like we would run it as an actual group, but it would be open for the public to see what a men's group looks like.
What's up, dirty dog?
Because I watch you on males, and I think you have a lot of wisdom and insight.
Yeah, I've been doing panels since before YouTube existed, but I'm kind of over it. I don't think most of my subscribers, my current subscribers, probably won't like to hear this, but I can tell you what I have planned for the next year as far as my projects are concerned is I'm going to be putting together a new PC. I want to film that in 4K and make it into a short with, maybe some slow-mo and some cool music that I make myself. So I do play several instruments, and I've never made any electronic music, and I'd like to buy a keyboard and start.
Oh, wow. Do you use those audio workstations?
I haven't. I can tell you, last I did recording, I think was Windows 98. And I was just using Audacity with stereo jacks and everything that eventually plugged straight into my guitar and my amp. And then I
so
just
you fed it you used actual instruments and fed them into the software.
yeah. And computers used to come with a lot of free software back in those days too.
Oh yeah, I remember.
So this modern age is a whole new world for me. I'm gonna have to learn all over again. I'm an old man, I'm not as quick as I used to be. But
I know people are making entire albums on their phone with like a what is it, digital audio workstation, and
yeah,
they're putting together entire albums. And
I don't do smartphones though. Does that have a PC?
They
app?
have it on browsers too, like the same software. But people
I
are
might check that
making
out.
entire studio quality albums single-handedly out of their bedrooms, just using these computer programs that can emulate every instrument in the world.
I'm pricing some pretty expensive equipment too, so I plan to actually have an actual sound card and to be able to mic up my guitar and some vocals. And the point of the computer is to create a short film that I have an idea for using a game engine. That's Star Citizen game engine, by the way, and that's the ultimate point of building the computer. So that's the project I have, in my pipe right now.
So you're going to be making a piece of software? Ultimately?
No, just like a movie, like a short film, like maybe 10 to 20 minutes, but using the game engine to generate the content of the movie instead of live actors and actresses.
Oh, okay, I see. So, but instead of a video game, it'd be like a movie.
Right. I bought another video game account for Star Citizen so that I can have a camera in the Star Citizen universe and an actress in the Star Citizen universe.
Oh, wow. So you're really into this.
And I have 2 PCs so that I can, in case I have to be the actress and the cameraman at the same time, I can work it out.
And you're giving yourself a year? You said that's your timeline?
If I think about it realistically, I think the whole thing would take 18 months, and I'm close to like a few months in. And a lot of it got derailed because the PCIe card I bought for my hard drives didn't work as advertised, and Asus had it for like over a month before they eventually gave up and just bought it back from me. So the computer design changed without my permission.
So you have to start over with the newer computer?
I'm just not going to use that card. So I'm just going to move forward.
Who is Dirty Dog? They seem cool.
Dirty Dog is a YouTube friend of mine from, I think we met at Bows. But yeah, he's hilarious and awesome.
Does he have a
one
channel?
One of my favorite YouTubers. I don't think he does have a channel. Do you have a channel, Dog?
Oh, I think I found it. No videos though.
Never up on panel either. I'd love it if he would come up on panel.
Fatty. Okay, even if Denizen does it easy, we have to write something now just for that character.
So, in all seriousness, though, I am looking for female voice actress, 2 potentially, because I want to use the computer as like a rhetorical device, because this movie, the film, only has one person in the whole cast.
Oh,
so there's not really any dialogue, and so when I want to kind of talk to the audience, I need an excuse. I need a device.
What about Bex? I think she's done some voice acting.
It's been a while since I heard her voice, but if I recall, she would be appropriate for the second voice for the computer, I think. And I'm not sure I want to do that. That's something I'm still playing with in my head. That really the only voice acting I know that I need would be like breathing and like kind of excited reactions from the main character. Like
Is the character, is it from the character's point of view like in a video game, or do you actually see the character?
I
Or are you
intend to
looking
do
out of their
both.
eyes?
I intend to do both.
Oh.
So it would be mainly from outside, like a camera. But just like how in some movies they try to make it more immersive by showing you a first person view, I intend to use it that way.
Is there going to be actual dialogue, or you just need these
Not
female
really.
sounds?
Right, just female sounds. And then if I decide I need some dialogue, well, there's actually there is some dialogue. There's a recorded message, so the main character's voice does have a few lines so far already. I forgot about that. So yeah, so there will be some dialogue.
Do you have to know how to read? Jess is wanting to know.
No, but if you can't read, you're gonna need to memorize things very well. Smart ass.
Oh, my Baphomet. Well, good. And you said it's something you're going to be putting on a channel to document as you do it?
Yes, yeah, and I'm not sure I'm even going to use my main channel for it. I might make another one.
Well, let us know, because that'd be interesting to promote.
This is why I tell people just to join my Discord, because then you're,
Oh, yeah. I need to figure out if I'm in it. What's it called? I think. Did you?
You are in it. It's called Nexus.
Oh, I am in it. Somebody kicked me from a Discord. I think it was iFies. Yeah, I do have it. I'm in it. Oh, look at Frank all by his little lonesome, waiting for me in the oops, sorry. In the oh, what is he doing? He's
I'm going for distance. I'm going for speed.
How do I get out of here?
Moose wants to watch Survivor.
Oh. Well, I don't know, because Frank is video gaming now in the Discord channel. Maybe he's just waiting on me. He's all alone in his time of need. If you're trying to make me feel guilty for Frank, he could stay there.
He's going the distance.
On me.
Hey, unusual content.
All right, here's the story on that. I joined Satanic Temple at the end of 2019, just before COVID. So I didn't actually get to meet any Satanists. And then when COVID happened, I found some online, but they were Satanic Temple. And I didn't realize how woke that the Satanic Temple was. So after that, I was kind of a lone independent Satanist the whole time. And I never really got to meet other Satanists. And we had a Satanist show up the other day on the panel. His name is Undead Hydra. And I just found a community. It's an online community, but they have some local roots. So we'll see how that goes. This happened like just this week. But I am looking to meet Satanists. If you know of any, I'd love to have them on the channel. I'm trying to get more Satanists on the channel. I am trying to find that same connection. And it's very hard to find, especially the Church of Satan types. The woke Satanists are easier to find. Oh, yeah, I know. Panel Survivor 2. I'm constantly getting voted out the tribe. They don't even take a vote. They just snuff the torch. Oh, this is on Discord. There's a lot of are you on Discord? We have a Discord ourselves. And Denizen has his Discord. And then there's some satanic Discords that I'm in, but I don't really read them a lot because a lot of it seems young. Like it's the young crowd. I'm looking for my generation. My generation is the generation that gave the world Satanism, and I'm looking for the Satanist of my generation. So if you're on Discord, we can hook up there. My Discord name is the same, GenX Jeff. Oops. And I'm also in Denizen's Discord.
Wow, you talked him into it. Hell yeah.
I just assumed he was in it.
Been trying to get him to join Discord
Well, I
forever.
tell you what, when you sign up for Discord, hit me up because I can give you a link to our Discord, and then Denizen has a Discord, and we can give you some of the satanic ones from there. Yeah, I could do that. In fact, I'm supposed to be promoting. All right, here's my channel. Or do you mean the link to... Oh, yeah, the channel link. Okay. And then we talked a while back, and you were working on some, like, professional certification that was going to give you a job skill that you could turn into something. Are you still working on that?
Say what?
Weren't you working on some, like, professional certification?
Oh yeah, so I did, but the work dried up. I guess the person I was gonna do this with was under the impression that rates were gonna go down, and I mean, shit, I could have told her they weren't gonna go down.
Oh.
So, she doesn't have any work for me to do.
Oh, okay. Is it something that can pay off in the future?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Once the real estate market resets, yeah, it'll be it might even be more money than my trading.
Oh. Do they know when that is, or they just have to watch it and see what happens? Or do they have estimates?
Yeah, you just have to watch it and see what happens, but the Fed has to do something by the end of the year. Unless, inflation stays where it's at.
So the Fed has the power to make some decisions that can influence how the real estate market works?
Yeah,
Like
to
the
lower
interest
rates.
And then that'll
Yeah.
incentivize people to take out loans to purchase real estate.
Right. And some of the prices might come down too.
But if they don't, then we're going to stay in the situation we're in.
Yeah.
So it seems like they would want to do that if it would help the people.
They measure it off of the CPI, and so inflation is still high, and the way they cook the books, unemployment is low. So that's why they're not gonna raise or lower interest rates.
And so the end of the year means Biden would still be under his administration.
Yes, but after the election, everything changes.
Unless it's Biden again.
Right. So if Trump wins, even though Biden's still president, the markets are going to react as though Trump was president.
Would Trump lower it? Is that one of his plans?
He would definitely bully the hell out of what's his face to lower interest rates. Definitely. What the hell is his name again?
I don't know. I thought it was that lady.
Bernanke. Is Bernanke still? No, it's not Bernanke anymore. That was the last dude.
Yellen?
Yellen is Treasury.
Oh.
It's wow, why can I not remember his name? He's my favorite person in the country. Oh, Greenspan was a while ago.
Is it Jerome Powell?
Yeah, Powell.
I'm looking at him now. It's the
Yeah, so
guy.
he's the whole point of the Federal Reserve, like the facade, is that it's not political. But the president appoints him, so he can technically fire him or appoint somebody else. So Trump will definitely get on Twitter or whatever every day bitching about Powell if he doesn't lower rates. Every day he doesn't lower rates, Trump will be bitching. Trump would like negative rates.
Well, how does that keep? Because if it's supposed to be independent and apolitical, but it's subject to the appointment of the president, how does it keep from becoming political? How does
It
it
doesn't
maintain
really.
its independence?
It doesn't really. It would just be up to the people. You know, just like anything else, the people involved would have to have the fortitude. But I don't think that that's
No,
practical
the
or
ordinary
realistic.
person's just not going to care about this stuff. It's too abstract.
Yeah. So I started to believe that Judge Roberts in the Supreme Court votes certain ways because he has a
You're
woke. My
you keep
mic,
cutting out.
is it clackling or cutting out?
It's kind of like you're walking away from it.
Yeah, that's because it's shitty.
Oh.
I
You
have
said
a
something
nagging.
about the wokers doing
You have
something.
a nagging suspicion that Justice Roberts rules the way he does because he has a woke kid and he lives in a woke neighborhood. That's all it takes. In other words, you get what I'm saying? Like just the pressure from the people around him
But if he's
changed his ideology.
professional, because he has to justify his legal reasoning, and that stands
You can do that no
on his
matter what.
reputation. So if he's being professional and executing the role he's there for, that he should minimize those he should be aware of those and like just like if I was doing something with women, I can't let my experiences with women interfere with the judgment I would need to do whatever this project related to women is objectively. And so that's part of the professionalism. So that would assume that he's not professional if he's doing that.
Yeah. And maybe even deliberately so, meaning he could have the capacity and not the will.
Right, but that's so hard to really determine definitively.
For sure.
Especially when they give they have to write out their whole legal reasoning, and so legal scholars can follow it and say, yeah,
Well,
that matches the case.
Yeah, that you can do for either side. You know, you can justify anything after the fact. That's what I found out about court cases, because sometimes I hear these rulings, and I'm like, how is that possible? And I completely and utterly disagree. And then I go and I read the opinion, and I'm like, wow, I'm almost convinced at this point.
But can you do it in a way that withstands scrutiny, like rigorous intellectual scrutiny and historical scrutiny?
No. There's always going to be people on both sides pointing out the hypocrisy of the other side, while they also engage in hypocrisy because they're human.
That's why it's helpful to have something like hard evidence in those kind of discussions where everybody's doing it.
Yeah, hard evidence. Hard evidence rarely ever exists for anything.
Yeah, especially in the the political and the social, but
like they
things
ruled
like legal rulings and bills and actual laws and like the primary sources, the primary documents of whatever keeps our country going.
Are you familiar with Trump's appointments, his Supreme Court appointments?
Not really. Oh, I know the what is it, is it the Federalist Society conspiracy theory? The Opus Dei.
They're all from the Federalist Society.
Right, the Opus Dei conspiracy, where they have this list of Supreme Court that agree to all rule a certain way, and they gave the list to Trump, but he appointed off of this list, knowing ahead of time they were going to make the rulings he wanted them to rule, even though if you look at their rulings, they're not even consistent. So,
and it's not about knowing that part's the bullshit part, and I almost feel like stuff like that's deliberate to take people's attention away from how government works, because the accepted published fact of the matter is that the Republican Party came up with a list of acceptable judges. McConnell was in charge of creating that list. That was given to Trump, and he gave McConnell almost everything that he wanted. That's not to say that
not normal politics where people wheel and deal and negotiate.
It is, and it's a direct contradiction to what the oaths of office and the regulations and the claims to the public are.
Oh, what are those? Maybe I'm not familiar with those. What are those?
but that the president will independently execute his office with the good faith to uphold the Constitution and execute the
But
laws of the
isn't he
United
allowed
States.
to draw on advisors and consult with the people and his team? And so what the Heritage Foundation is doing, whoever they are, is just giving him recommendations. He's not bound by
No,
them.
that's political dealing. It's political capital. That's how the country is run.
Well,
so there's
then what's the
no,
check and balance on it if that's
there isn't one. The
then
check
it's
and
allowed?
balance is that the other people are vying for power in the same halls of so-called justice. That's the check.
If there's a conflict between he's supposed to do it independently or whatever, and at the same time people are allowed to lobby and influence the political system. So it seems like there's a tension there that would come to a head at some point and need to be resolved.
I don't see why.
Well, because it doesn't seem sustainable to keep it. Like, people are either going to have to accept that the president's allowed to wheel and deal as a normal part of politics, or he's supposed to hold this high, objective, independent standard and not be influenced by anybody but his own vision for America.
I don't know. We seem to be doing fine with corruption. Just everything
I think
seems
so
to be.
too. Politics has always had a certain level of corruption. That's why I don't know where this idea that this corrupt-free government, we should have a corrupt-free government, because it's never existed in my lifetime or anywhere in history, and nobody in my generation growing up ever thought that 0% corruption was the goal. We just try to minimize the corruption where it happens and have a system of accountability.
I was
and
trying to
checks and
avoid this
balances.
conversation because we're not. That's a false dichotomy. We're at like 90% corruption, and that's the problem.
How do you evaluate that, though?
My point was that he appointed judges that have a career, a record, and a public reputation for being extremely pro Second Amendment, and all but one of them the other day ruled against the individual right to bear arms.
Yeah.
Why, Jeff?
Because they're ruling on the facts of the case. That's what I don't believe people that think Supreme Courts know in advance what their rulings are going to be. I think cases are very complex, and they're looking at a lot of information and intricate arguments, and I think in the act of judging a case, they come to their conclusions. And so this idea that the justices are put there to make specific rulings, I've never been able to buy into that. It's just not how law works to me.
I will not have this discussion with you because I know better. But all I'm gonna say is, I watch thousands and thousands of hours of court cases, and I spend days reading opinions sometimes, because I just have one legal question, and then for the next 6 days I'm reading legal opinions. I've been doing this since I was about 15 years old, and as a result of that being my lifestyle and culture, being immersed in this since I was a child, I disagree with you. It's just where I'm going to leave it at, without trying to prove anything.
Can you give me
sense.
a few little breadcrumbs of areas that catch your attention?
Yeah, elaborate. Give me more what you're looking for.
What are some things you noticed after doing this, years of doing this, that
once you understand the way some laws and some court rules work, then you can tell how a judge is going to rule by the questions that they ask before they ever rule, and it's pretty consistent. And you can also kind of hear
they have their mind made up in advance, and they're not really
absolutely
the case.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: you can change their mind if you're the best. If you make a badass fucking argument, that's always a possibility. And smart litigators, the people who have a lot of experience. So you got these good arguers they always come with the facts, and they come with and that's because the precedent isn't in their favor, because otherwise you wouldn't be in court. The court already would have ruled in your favor. So they come with these like obscure kind of intersectional precedents in order to convince judges. And it's always great if you can cite the same jurisdiction. But the guys who are really good at it, like the guys who have done it over and over again, they make arguments tailored to the judge. They know the judge, they know how he or she thinks, you know what I'm saying? And they're like, here's how from your perspective you could still rule in my favor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, have you read The Apology of Socrates? Judicial and political oratory has been a part of our system since it was founded back in Athens.
And I don't think that we live up to that ideal. And maybe we never did.
No, that's what ideals are. Like, we don't ever live up to them. Like, they become reality and actuality at that point. If we're able to consistently 100% live up to them all the time, then they just become part of our material civilization. But
I would say, for me, I think every generation is different, but what I was told in school, and what the country actually is, that disparity is not just a failed realization of an ideal. It's a con. It's a scam.
well, that makes, I don't know what you're looking at, but that makes sense. I just have different inputs. I'm just looking at different data, and I'm not coming to the same conclusion. But I don't know what you're looking at. So what you're looking at may support that sense that you have that it's a scam. To me, it seems like it more or less works, minus a little bit of imperfection and incompetence and corruption here and there.
Well, I don't think it's as like reptilian for the future dominance type thing as it is people being people.
Yeah, I think it's people being people.
Right? It just that right now, people are corrupt as F, like worse than usual, and maybe this is cyclical. And if it's not, well, then we're lying to ourselves about history, which is okay. I'm just saying,
Well, interesting conversation. If we want to continue it later, I'm interested in some of the areas where the corruption's got particularly worse. But I even see things that concern me, like in academia, in the mental health field with the DEI and the wokeness and the equity stuff. Like,
that's
I don't
everywhere.
consider that corruption, but it definitely concerns me as having an illiberal effect on our system.
Those people lie about what they think. And when they're not lying, they're still being dishonest because they're that disconnected from their own motives. And I've watched them break the rules and be dishonest about it in order to push what they want. And again, that might just be utterly human, but it's not how I am. Yeah. And it's not how they taught me they were. So if I'm a mutant,
you are.
That's a hell of a coincidence.
That's part of the problem, I think, is that you are a mutant. And you don't
definitely for sure. But
realize how your norm is not the norm for most of humanity.
Right. But that's the story that they taught me, though. That's where I got it from. I didn't, program myself. They told me.
But you got a story from normies, and then you have to figure out your own story after that, because you weren't the person that the story was made for.
You think the normies are really deciding what happens in schools? What gets taught in schools and on TV and media?
Actually, there's a YouTuber I follow called Deb Philman, and her whole channel is looking at how the schools work and how this stuff gets into schools. And the curriculum is determined at more or less by the schools, so it's different for each schools. And then the school board approves whatever the recommendations of the schools. But most curriculums on a practical level are determined from the ground up by the individual schools, as long as they stay within the parameters that are set by the state and federal guidelines. So there's not some central committee pushing a standardized curriculum across the schools. There's a lot of local leeway that the schools have.
But do you think that it's local communities that determine what
It's
are taught
probably
in
the
schools?
loudest voices and the most active. Usually parents, I'm going to assume, are going to be the most incentivized to be active in school curriculum. So probably the most active parents in whatever local region. I'm going to try to. She just did a video on it. I'm going to try to find it.
I don't think that's true, but even if it is, where do the parents get their ideals from?
Well, it depends on their background. We all get that. Like me growing up in Louisiana as a Cajun and Catholic have different ideals than maybe somebody growing up here in Seattle that was secular, or somebody growing up in a Protestant evangelical household or something. So I think our ideals, they come from our early childhood stories. They come from our temperament, our biology, our preferences, etc. So they're a combination of our nature and nurture, and
Where do those things come
whatever we
from,
do
though?
with it from there. Well, I just said that, like, they come from our body, they come from other people, the people around us that we grew up with and interact with as adults. They come from
Where did
whatever inputs that we watch, like whatever books we read or YouTube videos or
right?
movies, the friends we talk to, coworkers.
So, what if I was to say, um, we have some corrupted and counterproductive ideals in society, and so we're elevating the wrong kinds of people to academia, the media, into leadership roles, and so there's like a top-down feedback loop of dishonesty, corruption, greed, competition over cooperation.
I think there is some of that, but you hit on it when you said that there are some ideals that are like not as good as other ideals that are gaining footage or ground. That is liberalism. It's that clash of ideals and ideas, and it's making the best argument for your ideals so that more people will adopt those than these other ideas. That's how you fight it. You fight it with better ideas, better values, better ways of doing things.
I don't think that works on humans. I think they're motivated more by fear.
Well, that is the ideal of the liberal philosophy and project, which America is part of. So, like as Americans, that is one of our hopes and beliefs, is that we can do that, and we've done it for centuries more or less successfully. So we're like, I'm trying to keep that going, because the alternative is some form of authoritarianism,
Well, this is
fascism, socialism, communism.
we're all. It's all authoritarianism. All statism is authoritarianism. Like, it's the only difference is the story we tell ourselves, and that has a cultural impact. But its
some
force is still
systems,
always the ultimate arbiter of all things.
to me, that the democratic state, whatever this state we have now, constitutional federal republic, allows for more personal freedom outside of that state system than other systems would allow for. You would be more under the stewardship of the state under other systems than you are under democracy. The only time I really have to interact with the state is when I have to transact some kind of government business. Mostly it runs in the background. It's not like dictating my day-to-day moves in my life. I pretty much get to determine that.
Most of it hides in the background while it dictates everything around
I
you.
just think other systems would be even worse.
So it feels like more of a choice than you actually have.
Yeah,
The
but
illusion
it's
of
the
freedom is
closest to
maximized.
that we've come so far. That's why it's so valuable to me. It's not perfect, but it's the best of what we've come up with so far. I heard that Karl Marx invented capitalism to contrast it with communism. He wanted to make it seem like a thing. You know, like how the trans people create cisgender, so they'll have something to contrast trans against. That capitalism wasn't really a thing because it didn't There wasn't anything to contrast it with for it to have an identity until Marx came along.
Well, then he's a lot smarter than people give him credit for, then, because private ownership over the means of production has to be one of the most obviously ridiculous and exploitive things you can imagine.
What ownership? Private ownership?
Yeah, capitalism, essentially. The very definition and essence of it is I own a building, so therefore the labor of all the labor inside that building belongs to me.
Well, the labor. Well, no, because some of the fruits of that labor go to the employee. It doesn't.
Whatever that
otherwise
person
it would
decides.
be slavery.
Whatever that person decides, it all
So
goes to the owner, and then the owner gives it to the employees. None of it goes
voluntary.
to the employees.
It's an opportunity that's set up by the capitalists
Nothing
for
is
people
nature
to
is
participate
voluntary.
in and gain a benefit from voluntarily by contributing their labor to it.
Suicide is the only voluntary choice.
Well,
Once you
I
choose
have
to live,
voluntarily sold my labor on the market before.
once you choose to live, once you choose to be alive, you're no longer in a voluntary state. You're forced to do things to stay alive.
I forgot. You're the no free will person. We're back on that. Is that what you're saying ultimately?
Well, no. I mean, even if you have free will, again, suicide is the only choice you can make. Once you choose to live, you're forced to do things in order to survive.
But I don't think it's that absolute. I think you have a certain degree of freedom and a certain degree of, like we're bound by our bodies. There are certain things that we are bound by. But I think outside of that, we also have the ability to decide and choose and envision and act and all of that. We're not drones.
No, drones have a centralized controlled source. I'd say we're more like androids.
I don't feel like an android.
With positronic brains,
but
too.
I can't say, like, for other people, like the Turing test, all that. I don't know. You may very well be an android, and I would not be able to detect. Like, what's the show Battlestar Galactica, where they have to figure out who the Cylons?
Cylons?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like how we are, Cylons.
I feel human. I don't wear my. I mean, I am a mutant.
What does that feel like? Does it feel like being in control?
Not centrally controlled, not a machine, able to make choices and have desires that are unique to me that I act on, and
where do those desires come from?
Visions that I choose and try to enact into my life, etc. There's a creative process to humans that I think machines just don't have. And I think we're going to see that with AI. I think it's no matter how creative AI gets, we're going to see the limits of that machine creativity relative to what humans are capable of.
Not right now. Right now is a fakery. Right now is just an interactive language model. It's an interactive database and language model. That's all it is. It's taking human creation and regurgitating it.
Yeah. But some people mistake that for creativity.
And maybe that is machine creativity at its finest, because maybe machine and AI is not the same thing.
I just think humans have something superior to that makes us valuable as a species. Yes, exactly. All right, well, this is a good chat. I'm kind of impressed with us. You have anything you want to end with?
Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose.
Nothing.
I got nothing if I ain't free.
It's good enough for me. That's right. But also,
control.
there's the theory that a lot of people don't actually want freedom, and they will
Yeah.
relinquish it. When, like, there's an impulse in some human, like a deep impulse to relinquish responsibility. There's a temptation to hand that over to someone else and kind of get the freedom that comes from that.
Yeah, so like the United States, freedom in the United States is just a bumper sticker, and it's kind of like the illusion of choices.
Yes, what Bishy's saying here. True freedom is a scary that it is scary to a lot of people. They don't. I think you have to be a certain type of person or be developed to a certain level of autonomy and self-sufficiency to appreciate freedom. And people that are not that person or at that level, I think freedom just freaks them the fuck out. They do not know what to do with that. It's too the empowerment that comes with freedom is too much empowerment for them. Because now they have the responsibility that comes with it. They have to make decisions, all that, and the temptation to give that up and offload that onto someone else, I think, is
I think those people are
seductive
shitty
to a lot
though.
of people.
And they're in the way of everything. You know, like they make me angry on the internet. Can't we just like, you know, what is it, like euthanize them or whatever?
Like
in
volcano,
Minecraft.
volcano them.
Yeah,
That's the problem
you know,
with utopias. They all come with a volcano, and I'm trying to avoid that route because right now in the U.S.,
why though?
we
Why are
don't
we?
have a volcano, and I like that. We get to keep most of our population.
Why is that a good thing?
Because I guess I'm a humanist at heart, and I believe in humanity. I have faith. Like if not us, what else is there? This is all the
Isn't
universe got. This is the tiny little speck of light in this cold, dark cosmos.
isn't believing in humanity? Oh, sorry. Isn't believing in humanity partly like believing in, you know, the humans who are telling you need to wipe out 80% of the population?
Well, I believe in the higher part. I believe there's a higher there's heights to humanity, and that's
Right.
what I'm putting my faith
Right.
in.
So aren't the kind of lone wolves and individualists, aren't we the better of the species, the higher?
Well, I'd have to evaluate each one of us individually because some of these wolves I've seen are out in the woods for a reason. But like, who was it? I don't know if it was Aristotle. It was one of the Greeks that said to be able to live alone in isolation around men takes either a god or a madman. That most humans would not be capable of it. So who knows? Like, maybe you
I
are.
can't wait, bro. I'm gonna get something way out in the middle of nowhere, where like I only even see planes every once in a while.
Damn. That's
I don't even want dogs or cats, but I might have to have them to help defend my crops.
I had
you know?
that feeling when I was out in the desert that it was very spiritual. Like it was very pleasurable, but it was also like, I don't know, healing and peaceful. So I get the I wanted to do that. I was done with civilization. I didn't want anything to do with it. And my friends talked me into being practical and making a compromise with it somehow, and I think it was the right decision. But if I had my way, I'd probably be out in the desert right now.
I tried to join the Peace Corps.
I just don't know how to do it and survive. I still need civilization somehow.
I wanted to go to Kenya.
The what?
I wanted to go to Kenya.
To where? Kenya?
Kenya, yeah.
Sounds hot. Like,
Yeah, like it just out like where there's
Temperature
no
hot.
civilization. I tried to join the Peace Corps and I figured out I was too much of a lame to even join the Peace Corps. They wouldn't even take me.
you actually applied and they said no? Or
I couldn't apply because you need a college degree.
oh, that's right.
I dropped out of high
Do they have
school.
like AmeriCorps or some of those other organizations?
I don't know. What happened? Oh, I got my first IT job the week I was looking at Peace Corps applications, and so that changed my trajectory.
Yeah, that
But
makes
yeah,
sense.
I don't even have a GED or a high school diploma or anything like that.
Did
I
you
have
finish?
no.
You didn't finish high school?
No, I got
Got bored with it.
yeah. I completed like the first 3 years of curriculum in the first 6 to 8 months. And then I got like called in front of like a review board over a disciplinary action.
What did you do?
I'm allegedly set off fireworks in the bathroom.
Why? I mean, I get it. I get why, but still.
And I just signed myself out of school.
Oh, that was it?
That was it. I just quit school and never went back. Got a job at a music store.
Oh man, I always wanted one of those. Did you like were you in honors classes or AP or gifted
Yes.
folks? Did they have options for accelerated people like yourself?
I skipped 2 or 3 grades, and I was in honors a couple of years. They were kind of just creating that stuff when I was in school.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's one thing that I think where we fall short as a society is providing for the educational needs of like, and it's not really anyone's fault, but we build for the middle of the curve. So all the mutants that fall outside of that, the system's not really made for us. And unless we go in there and help them make it for us, they're not going to know to do that.
Yeah, I was gifted when I was I think it was like first grade.
Mm.
And then a little longer because yeah, she is a little older than me.
That's good. That means that the teachers noticed that about you very early. It was very obvious.
And then I skipped some grades.
Fatty. Why am I not surprised? Dang, I want to do a whole stream one day on these school stories. This is all the similar experiences.
I remember the first time I got an A minus. My mother was pissed. I got all A plus all the time, and then I went to college prep, and I got like all D's, C's, and I think 1 F.
That doesn't sound.
And I was like, I didn't even know I could fail. That was the first time I ever like experienced a failure.
Was it positive for you?
I kind of liked it. Like I didn't give a crap. They were gonna kick me out of school, and the English teacher, he was the head of like this committee deciding whether to kick me out. And I guess they wanted to like give some. I guess they wanted to give give me a second chance or something. So he said, "Well, if you can just maybe write a poem right now, we'll reconsider kicking you out."
They don't know
I guess
what to do with us.
I guess
write a poem.
I guess they liked my poem. They let me stay, and it took me a whole nother semester to flunk out again.
Yeah, I think a lot of them kind of make it up as they go with us.
I was half the age of the other kids there. Like I didn't.
Yeah.
It's like they didn't. It didn't even. It's like it didn't even occur to them.
And were you on your own, or did you have like a staff member or counselor that worked with you? Or...
No help at all. No, they were treating me like a young adult, and I was like 7 years old.
Did you have other classmates or peers in the same situation?
Yes, but not exactly. There was a kid who was 9, and he was even smarter than me, so he was doing okay.
That's good, though. You need that.
While he was also a prick and didn't help other kids. So
well,
he
at
did
least
okay.
Maybe that provocation to, like, you're not the top dog at the school anymore.
Oh yeah, definitely. I got that once. Very early on, when I was 6 years old, the school I went to, the kid eventually went on to meet the president for being so young when he graduated college. So in that school, I was the retard, Jeff. Like I was the one that this teacher was always yelling at because he was so slow and so dumb. In public school, I was like a god. But in this school, I was the new kid. I could, I used to have to stay after school to catch up.
Was it was it the material or just the
Yeah, it was.
social set?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm 6 years old, and they're on to like, let's say, probably algebra 2, almost pre-calculus level.
Dang.
And
So,
I
yeah, it's
figured it
just
out
finding that-
by 7. I got caught up to the other kids and started doing well. And then he stopped yelling at me.
Yeah, just it's finding that right level of challenge that keeps you stimulated enough to learn it, but doesn't overwhelm you. Yeah, a lot of us are probably autodidacts, and we got our education on our own. I didn't pay attention to anything in school. I
my
read
teacher used to
encyclopedias and watched TV shows.
my teacher used to cuss me out in French and Latin.
That's kind of based. Yeah. I'm kind of, you know what, whatever our journey was, we all made it out of it, that system. I don't know if it did us good or not. I like these stories. Yeah, I talked myself out of grad school. I talked myself out of a 4-year college degree. I can't speak for Denison, but in Louisiana, where I'm from, they start you in French in Head Start, and you have it all the way until you get to high school. And then you could take it as an elective in high school, and I also took it in college. So I've had French literally my whole life because they teach it to you as part of the school curriculum at an early age. They're trying to preserve the language because they tried to take it away from us at one point.
That's only Louisiana. That's Cajun. Yeah. Everywhere else, it's elective. And like
some
I said,
schools do Spanish as the alternative language.
In my day, you could choose Spanish, French,
so when
Italian,
you entered like
Russian.
The first few grades, you weren't mandated a foreign language. That came later, like maybe
that came later in junior high. But before I went to the first few grades, I went to schools like the one I told you about, where I took French and Latin anyway, just because they were extremely advanced schools. Like my school, the blackboard that my teacher taught us math on was probably like 125 years old. You know what I mean?
Like it used chalk.
Yeah, but it
and
was
you had to clap
like it was actually that old though. You know, like the house. It was like an old prairie house out in the woods. Like old school, you know, kind of
smaller classes. That always
there was like 6 kids in the whole school.
Damn, yeah. Yeah, exactly. They used to beat us for speaking French. My grandfather, his English is his second language. His native language is French, and he used to get punished in school if they caught you speaking it. So it was stigmatized, so they didn't pass it on to their children. That's why we speak English, because they didn't. You're not setting your child up for success if you teach them French. It's stigmatized. It's going to work against them. Yeah, that happens. It's linguistic. What is it? Forced assimilation. It happened with some of the Mexicans and Hispanic people, like in Texas and the Southwest, and it happens with some of the Native Americans as well, where they come in and they suppress the native language in an attempt to assimilate them to standard American English. Again, with the best of intentions, but you destroy someone's culture in the process.
It's happening now. I wish I could fast forward to see how all this turns out.
If you fast forward 1,000 years, the same stuff that's happening now is probably still going to be happening because it was the same stuff that was happening 2,000 years ago.
I was thinking more like 50 years.
I think it's incremental. Like it's some people here and there slowly progress.
Because there's a global migration happening right now that is at the levels we would put in our history books in the past. So I'm curious to see how this levels out 50 to 75 years from now.
And we've never had anything like this machine connecting all of it. It's connecting the whole world in one space in a way that's never happened before in history. So we're kind of globally migrating virtually as well without even leaving our homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why, especially with neurodivergent people, neurotypical people, that's fine if the norms are made for you and you're able to just easily assimilate to them. But for cultures and neurotypes outside of that, you can't just it's the square peg in the round hole thing. You can't just force someone into a norm that they weren't designed for. Wow. Is that in Canada? Are you in Canada?
No, she's in New Mexico.
Because I know there was a situation in Canada with the Indian schools. Right. Because it's a threshold diagnosis. They only diagnose it when it causes a reason. It's clinically significant.
So what do you think, Jeff? You think American culture is going to get its act together? And
I think we are still in the process of figuring out what American culture is. Because it's not, whatever it is, it doesn't seem to be unified.
what if that's
So
what
I
it
think
is
we need
perpetually?
to find something that ties us together as a nation.
It was a belief in a system, I believe, a
Or a set of
nationalistic
values.
belief.
Like the system was just reflective of the values. But I think the values were the core of the American project.
And we don't have any of those values.
We do. We have it right now. We have the value of free speech,
On this
dialogue,
platform,
free and
ironically,
open
that
inquiry.
doesn't allow people to say what they want.
I'm one of
Literally
them.
changes the outcome of
I hear
elections.
that, and people say that, but I have said everything imaginable under the sun on this channel, and so far nothing has happened. I've got a few copyright notices. So I know that that's true. I know that people get censored and on the internet. I am surprised.
Do you know why?
I have not experienced it yet.
I'm not.
I think not laws. I think there is that. I don't know how you scale that up to
Really?
something the size of a nation. But at the local, the regional, the community levels, I think there is still that, and I think it's possible to still develop that. Yeah, you can maybe nurture it. Some of it's probably innate, but the empathy that is there, you can give it opportunities to develop. The regulation. Yeah, it's a pain. Even in my field, it's a pain in the ass, and it's getting worse because they're centralized. Every time something centralizes, the regulation increases. All right, well, I think I'm ready to wind down and go join the crew in Discord. Denizen, it was honestly a pleasure. I appreciate you coming up. They're off the bright. They ain't doing shit. Andrew Wilson ain't doing shit. Jade Dyer has never attempted to set foot in this corner of the Panelverse. I am not
Andrew
worried about
Wilson
the
called me
Arthurs.
fat.
How How does he even know?
He says I sound fat. I
I don't even know what a fat person sounds like. I don't know. The person sitting there on his ass all day drinking bottles of liquor calling someone else is fat. That's not a good tactic. And unless you're a sociopath.
The only thing funnier when he called me fat was watching his chat just like rejoice.
You
You know,
sound
like
fat. If that's all he has.
It was the most brilliant retort they had ever seen.
What was the retort?
That I was fat.
Oh.
The argument went like this. I said that I don't really make moral judgments. Most things are gray for me. And it was in context of whether or not pickup bros is bad for society or good for society. Yeah, and I was like, I don't know. It's kind of beyond my pay grade. And he was like, "Oh, you don't make any moral judgments? Well, what about pedophiles?" And I was like, "Yeah, pedophilia is wrong." And he's like, "See, you're fucking stupid."
Even that they're trying to blur now with the maps. It's an oppressed identity, a misunderstood oppressed identity group.
So I laughed my ass off, and that made it worse. Because what about pedophiles is not an argument. And then he called me fat after he called me stupid. And it was the greatest day in ortho history. Denizen had been slain by the best argumentation ever seen on YouTube.
Oh, are not laws? Are you somebody that had to develop your empathy? I really do. Like, y'all, those of you in the chat, if you want to come up one day and have a conversation about this, we could do a whole topic on
Witchy might come up someday. Not laws, he chats.
Okay.
I've never seen him on panel. Maybe I'm wrong.
I love my chat audience. It's fine. People stay in chat.
Yeah, I love my chat. My chat's pimp.
That's why I don't ever want to get too big where I can't see the chat anymore because it scrolls too fast.
Yeah.
I have to be able to see, like, interact with my chatters. They make the show. Lane Artho style. Yeah, that needs to be on a t-shirt. You got jumped in.
I feel the same way, and I score high on those emotional IQ tests. It's one of the things that has me convinced that society is a lot sicker than it knows it is, and that some of us, like weirdos, are actually the normal people, and we're in the 80% has become pretty sick and fucked up, and they're all on like pills and drunk and shit.
You think 80%? I know the mental health rates are skyrocketing, especially among white, upper middle class liberal women.
Like the normies, I think, are becoming narcissistic. Like all the personality disorders, I think the normies are getting them all.
I think they've always been there, and social media is just turning the spotlight on it now. Because even growing up, all the adults had personality disorders and dysfunction, and like the world the adults presented to us behind the scenes was never this like magical Disney adult world. Lambda.
The vast majority of people are somewhat antisocial. Maybe does that make more sense?
Antisocial in the sense of not concerned for the larger society.
Lacking empathy was the primary thing I was thinking.
Oh, I don't know. I know a lot of pretty empathetic normies. I wouldn't want to write off most of the country as not empathetic. Like, I mean, look at the Oprah crowd. Like, look how popular Oprah was. That was all empathy. Although The View, if that's the modern Oprah, I think is less empathetic about certain things.
Less, that's a diplomatic way of putting it. I think you just made a good point. There's the contrast between when we were children and now. Oprah and what's her name? Oh, Goldberg, Whoopi Goldberg. She's a monster, always talking about how much she hates everyone and everything.
She did. You know what? Whoopi was an idol growing up, and The Color Purple used to be one of my favorite movies, and I used to watch her comedy and all that. She took a journey along the way. She wasn't always like she is now. There were little seeds of it here and there, but that was typical for liberal performers at the time.
It's bitter and racist, and I think this is from her to Joy Reid to Michelle Obama. Like these are the
Brianna Joy Gray and she the one that just got fired.
The bitter racists run everything. This is what I'm saying. I feel like the psychos and the narcissists and the racists, they run everything. And like the kind, empathetic people who have morals and integrity, we're out here, getting chewed up and spit out.
Because we don't have the skill set that it takes to be successful at the top. I know the type of people that thrive up there, and it's not the empaths.
But that's because it's the psychos.
It's just politics. It's a rough game. It's like blood sports. Yeah, maybe Leopard's right. Maybe our role is not at the top. Maybe our role is creating the culture for society. I think we do.
I'm more with Nolos on
I
this
think
one.
we are in an artistic and aesthetic vacuum right now, and this is the perfect time for some great artist or group of artworks or like a good movie or book or just something that's going to come and just have an impact that completely transforms our moment. This is an opportunity for the artist out there. Give us a new story.
Oh yeah, before I forget, I'm looking for a female vocal actress
to make noises.
I don't know how to describe what it is I'm looking for, but I'll know it when I hear it.
I could maybe throw my head in for the noises. What kind of noises? Oh, does she have to sigh like if she looks at something? Just keep me in mind. I'm looking for some gig work, so just keep me in mind. And I can do ethnic voices too. So.
Can you do a space station computer?
What does that sound like? The only computers I know are from my generation, the Atari generation. I can't do Alexa. I can't stand it. I cannot do a frigid white lady. I'm sorry.
That was interesting, actually. Seriously.
That was like the TRS 80 days, the Atari days.
Something, I don't know. It's like, how do you make it more sci-fi authentic? What would a space station 900 years in the future sound like? Wouldn't it be a female voice, don't you think? Because
everything would have been feminized by then.
And it is more pleasing,
Is
to
it going to
both
be
men
a
and
soft,
women.
nurturing female voice or one of these bitchy authoritarian ones?
I think it would be soft because that's more effective with both men and women respond better to a soft feminine voice.
I don't. That's I mean, no one voice is going to capture all people, but that's an assumption that besides, is it good to have, like, just because that's the voice you respond to, or most people respond to, is that the best voice to create the society we want?
I think that is how corporations work. They run society, and they will be into the near
I think they have
future.
an influence on it, and maybe even a large one, but I don't know that they ultimately determine final control over it.
I don't know what final control means. I mean, I leave that to God, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so with the will thing.
They have a lot of influence. They create all the culture. They do all the lobbying.
They don't create my culture. Corporate culture is crap. That's like, they're really good at creating a mediocrity, but if you want anything kind of quality, I've always had to go outside of the mainstream corporate system.
Yeah, but I mean, the marketing tells you that it's the best thing that's ever been made, and people believe
Well,
it.
if you fall for it, like whose fault
Who's
is
not
that? The
falling for
marketing or
it?
the idiots falling for the marketing?
Whose fault is what exactly? The outcome?
Yeah,
The marketing.
because if there's that many stupid people that are that easy to convince of something,
I like how you put an if there.
well, that's what you seem to be suggesting.
Yeah, like you don't believe me.
But it like somebody's gonna take it. That's what business does. They take advantage. They exploit.
That's correct.
And so somebody's gonna take advantage of that stupidity.
That's right. And then they create corporations so that they have limited liability, so their psychopathy is now legalized.
I have limited liability. I'm just saying, like, an LLC in and of itself is not that nefarious of a thing.
I think it is. I don't think individuals should have limited liability in the marketplace. You should have to do business with direct exposure to the consequences.
That's not how it's set up currently. So the people that, however our system got to be how it is, they thought differently.
Yeah, the Supreme Court created corporations sometime in the early 19th century, I think. You know, off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly the case. And then just recently, within the last 30 years, corporations were given personhood. That's a very new thing. That didn't exist before.
And then they had Citizens United, which I always thought was a bad ruling.
So this is the new American century, right? It's a fascist one. Strap yourself in.
They're not telling me to. They're not controlling my life. Unless they're sitting here forcing me to stream for hours every day.
I know better than to go down that rabbit hole with you, buddy.
Well, no, we could end it here. We have been doing very well today, even to the point that I totally forgot you're the no free will guy.
Yeah, because it's mostly irrelevant. People are just really attached.
Because we mostly spend our time fighting about that, but now that that's off the table, we could have a conversation.
It's government. The free will thing, that's not what pisses you off. It's when I say that we live in a corrupt system that's deliberately programming us.
Yes, we always have, but it's that hasn't been the defining factor of the quality. I mean, I grew up in Louisiana. Our state's one of the most corrupt states in the country. That's corruption's always been normal to me. I just thought that's how governments work. Because I just know that's how people work. I've watched them work that way ever since I was a kid.
Well, it's not how I work.
I know. That's why I'm like, if there's enough of us and we could put all our potential together and maybe come up with some alternative, even if it's on a smaller scale, that's where my hopes are. I need the government for very little. I need them to keep the country safe and keep things running. I don't personally need to interact with them every day. So I can build my own thing as long as it stays out of my way and leaves me alone. And I can build my own alternatives to whatever I don't like about the country.
Any government large enough to protect you from China is already too large.
But it's not abusing its power over me. Even if it has that power, it hasn't exercised it on me yet.
I think that's because you agree with it.
Unless you mean paying taxes, in which case we just have a fundamental disagreement. I don't mind contributing to the upkeep of civilization. In fact, it's an honor. It's a privilege to be able to do that.
So, I mean, you agree with all of the systems in place. So it's like,
Maybe
it
not all of them.
doesn't.
Definitely not the new systems that are coming out in the mental health field, like under Biden, those equity and implicit bias and all that. I don't agree with those systems. At some of the educational systems.
You don't see how that like runs corporate America, is created by corporate America, used as an excuse to pay workers less and lower standards of safety and everything across the board, and just increase the profit margins. And
Well, that's why we have regulated capitalism. There
you
is
think
some
we're
regulation.
doing that?
Yeah, I don't think it's completely unregulated.
But do you think we're doing as much as we could or should or normally do?
I don't know how to tell. Some people think we're over-regulating and the economy would be better if we loosened up. And some people think that we need more regulation because the government can't be trusted to just run on its own responsibly. So I've heard different arguments, and I don't have the economic background to know how to evaluate the arguments.
What about just right and wrong without worrying about the economy at all?
Say that again?
Right and wrong without worrying about the economy at all.
Well, I live by my right and wrong.
Do you think Amazon does?
As a person, like as a personhood?
As a company, yeah.
Like
the things they've done, do you think they
yes,
violated the law?
Their purpose is they're designed to maximize profits for the shareholders. So that is their like moral imperative.
And you're okay with that?
That's how corporations have worked forever. Like that's capitalism.
Which is a good thing.
It's the best we've come up with so far.
And
better. On a national scale. I think you can come up with better on a small scale. But on a national scale, this is the best we've been able to do so far.
Well, we don't have it at a national scale, though. Each individual state is a fascist entity.
Well, even at a state level, because Washington
so at the local
State
level
is pretty bureaucratic.
The local level the local level has police dressed up in black uniforms and, like armor all over themselves and rolling through streets with.
Sometimes, I guess, when there's reasons for it, like George Floyd, I saw some of that on January 6th. But generally, walking around the streets of my city, I don't see that kind of militarized police force.
What city do you live in?
In fact, the last time I saw a cop, they had a social worker with them with a cop vest on that said social worker. So, like, even the cops now have these, like, social worker
Where the hell
people
are you?
that can interface.
Are you in
with
like
the
Washington State or something?
Yeah, Washington State.
Oh, okay.
So like they've really softened the cops here to where now you get a social worker with the cop to help you with your emotional, psychological state.
You do realize it's not like that everywhere, right? Like that is not how it goes down in Texas,
that's the
for
trend,
example.
At least under Biden. He just really, I covered it on my stream, that mental health vision for mental health, his mental health strategy. So some of what I've noticed in the last 4 years could be traced back to some of Biden's executive orders and his plans. Yes, I think that every person, every individual, and every interest group is going to have their own work in their own interest. And sometimes that means taking these little opportunities here and there when you find them, these little gray areas. And that's just something that has been the cost of doing business as long as I've been alive. I've just always known that kind of stuff happens. I've never thought we had a perfect system.
Yes, I don't think perfect is not perfect is the criticism. The criticism you get is it's rampant with corruption.
Yeah, I don't think I don't see that level of
It's
it.
corrupt, dishonest, brutal, fascist,
Then I
corporatist,
would say
uncaring,
don't
cold,
move to
unfeeling,
Louisiana because it's a lot
authoritarian.
worse there.
Yeah, Louisiana is a cesspool of dirty politics, corruption, and murder.
Yeah, and I
It's
love it.
it's
Like,
one.
I would move back if I could.
I mean, so I
It's
mean
one of
that's
the, it's honestly one of the freest places on earth.
you must understand how that's strange to other people, right?
I know, but living there, like that is the place where you're going to get less harassed for how you express yourself, how you present, how your emotions are, what your opinions are. Like there is so much freedom to be yourself down there on an individual level. Even though they have the largest private prison system in the world and all of the state, local corruption, it still manages to somehow be one of the freest places I've ever lived. Las Vegas is another one. So maybe freedom and authority go hand in hand. It's some weird dialect.
Well, I think when you support the system you're in, it feels like you're free as fuck.
By paying
You're
taxes.
the freest person on earth.
I'm sorry. Maybe it's an illusion like free will, but I feel free as fuck. Nobody's telling me what to do.
You
I don't have
agree
to
with
answer
just
to
about
anybody.
everything that's going on.
I have to answer to my landlord once a month and to my bill, the bills that I owe once a month. And that's about it. And then I'm accountable to the
How much is
standards that I set for this stream. Which
Is
I'm
it twice
accountable
as
to
much as it
myself.
was 2 years ago?
The what?
Your rent.
It's well, we just had to sign a new lease, so it went up slightly, but it stayed pretty level over the last several years. Now, in Seattle, it was going up. But Seattle also passed some local law, I think, that limits the amount they can raise the rent per year. Not lots.
They never judge you.
You know what? I think that's the perfect thing to end on, actually. I think I'm going to wrap it up there and take a little break. I'll probably be out in the streets later tonight.
Join my Discord.
Yeah, I'm in it. And if anybody, we have a Discord too. So if you're on Discord, hit me up on Gen X Jeff, or you can find me in Denizens, and I can give you the link to ours too. We watch a lot of movies and TV shows, and we also have a lot of off-stream conversations that are a little more, I think, intimate than what you could do on a YouTube stream. So the stream is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole other world happening behind the scenes. All right. Well, I sure appreciate everyone being here today. Denizen, once again, great conversation. I mean it. I definitely enjoyed it. And I'll see y'all next time I see you. Probably tonight. If not tonight, sometime tomorrow.
Peace.
All right, Frank, you ready? I'll meet you in the Discord in like 5 or 10 minutes. Oh, thanks, Leopard. These are the conversations I'm trying to have. So people that can come up and give me this, these are the people I want. The drama and stuff is when there's nothing else to talk about. All right. Yeah, take care. We'll see you again. Denizen, good to see you. Take care.
Peace.
All righty. Well, great. I appreciate it. And hey, like, we're trying to get to at least 500. So if you could like and subscribe or tell your friends, if you have a couple of extra accounts, you don't mind giving us a subscription too. We have everything else. We're just waiting for the private number. You too, Fatty. I'll see you around. Is Mel doing a panel tonight? Take care. Like you guys a lot. I don't know if I want to use the full L up yet. I get in trouble. I mean the L word. I get in trouble when I do that. But definitely like a lot. There's a lot of L's right there. Y'all take care. Have a great day.